Greetings to all our brothers and sisters across the world in different countries, in different continents, in different conditions. We hope you're taking care of yourself, your family, your friends, your neighbors, your society, your community, your civilization. So, ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful day, what a beautiful Sunday, what a beautiful sun, coming up over here in Singapore on 12th of December. And what a rhythmic 12th of December, 12/12, and that is 2020, 12/12/2020. Wow, that's great. Rhythmic in a musical way. So, on Saturday morning, early morning, it's wonderful to have all our brothers and sisters across the world with us on this particular sixth Global Education and Skills Summit 2020, making education relevant. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we extend a very hearty welcome to all our brothers and sisters. And let me roll a couple of slides because every day some Spanish people, some French people, some German people, some Dutch people, and a couple of other people, my brothers and sisters, right across the ASEAN countries from Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines. And today I got a special request. People are joining us from Mongolia, and they are also joining us from Central Asia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan. I know you all are looking forward to Bollywood coming for film shootings to your countries. Yes, I appreciate that, but let's wait. Today is the second day of this international summit. Yesterday, there was a complete focus on school education. Today, in the new education policy, which the Honorable Prime Minister of India has given, we will deliberate, we'll discuss. Now, during this pandemic, our chamber, International Chamber for Service Industry, since 1994, initially there used to be a Punjabi Parvasi Divas in India, and thereafter came Bharatiya Parvasi Divas from 2003, and we are proud, it's a privilege every year. And now also, if you know, 8th of December, the Ministry of External Affairs has launched a new web portal, and that is for the next Parvasi Divas, which is scheduled on 9th of January 2021. But of course, it's going to be a virtual summit, and there are going to be 5 agendas which are being taken care of. And one of the agenda I'll share in a little while later with you. And during this pandemic, like doctors, nurses, paramedical people, they are doing great job. Our chamber has taken care of educators, education ecosystem. We have focused on how to keep the schools, colleges, universities, and everybody. Because having discussed with the UNESCO, we have come to know 1.86 billion children are at present away from their educational hubs and institutions. Our chamber, it conveys very deeply that education, skills, technology, and creativity, these are, of course, the buzzwords which is coming from 29th of July from India. Heartiest congratulations to Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji, the Education Minister, and all the stakeholders directly, indirectly, those are linked in India with the new education policy. I think it's going to be a game changer world over. And this particular policy will bring so much of change in the entire education ecosystem because there's an emphasis on skills. And from the STEM, we are moving to the STEAM. Thank God we have realized that art is the base of the universe. Art, craft, culture, entertainment, music, whatever you talk about. Can you believe it that the mathematics can be taught and it can be taken care of by music? And similar way, your physics, your chemistry, your biology, your everything. Why not? Why not there should be a fun? Why not there should be a happiness? Our chamber is organizing 25 webinars per week. 25 webinars per week. And I'm so very happy. These are all global webinars, and you can't imagine more than 10,000 stakeholders. Speakers have come on this platform right from 25th of March across the globe from different countries and different continents. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We are with the media entertainment industry at present in India. We started with the Health Sector Skill Council, came to the Wellness Sector Skill Council, came to Entrepreneurship Sector Skill Council, and now we are with the Media Entertainment Sector Skill Council. 4 days. These are all programs, Indian Standard Time, 5 p.m. prime time, when all of you are very, very warm after your evening tea and a coffee. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, teachers and youth empowerment with Media Entertainment Sector Skill Council. Then Friday, water management strategies from Singapore. Saturday, that is from Chicago. Remember 11th of September, 11th of September 1893, 127 years back, this gentleman, sisters and brothers of the universe, and when he got up, the people came on the edge of their seats and they got up over there and they said, who is this man in the saffron? And Sunday morning, we take you, people talk about Hollywood. We open the doors of the Universal Studio, and right in front in the Los Angeles at the Burbank, we have got Woodbury University, and you get live telecast from Professor Satinder Dhiman, one of our past president, who talks about Srimad Bhagavad Gita and India's main principle Upanishad. What is the importance of that in today's education ecosystem? Then after 3 p.m. on Sunday, we bring you, like tomorrow, we will be taking you 3 p.m. to ASEAN. And then 5 p.m. micro, small and the medium enterprise, where you have got one of the most dynamic minister in India, that is Nitin Gadkari ji, and along with him, the other state minister. They're doing great job. Once you're doing so much of work, your health is also very important. Yoga, meditation, naturopathy, nutrition, organic. So Saturday evening, you've got a special program on Ayurveda. And on the request of all my brothers and sisters from Canada, United States, Latin America, European Union, wherever you are, and you told that we are having a lot of difficulties nowadays on joint pains. So today is Saturday. Don't forget, Indian Standard Time, 6:30 p.m. You'll have a special program on arthritis and joint pains and gout and a couple of other things, rheumatic arthritis and where he'll talk about, it is with the Ministry of Ayush. They're doing great job. And then Saturday and Sunday evening, the non-resident Indians, 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time, we talk to you, and that we bring basically the deliberation from overseas. Today you have got Middle East, and tomorrow you have got United States. All the NRIs would be deliberating about the new education policy. भारत से एक और हमारे को जो रिक्वेस्ट आई कि आपके सब कार्यक्रम अंग्रेजी में है, कोई हिंदी में कार्यक्रम क्यों नहीं होता? तो आई विश टू शेयर विद ऑल ऑफ यू लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन दैट 12:30 बजे भारत के समय के अनुसार we get you the motivational speaker Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 12:30 to 1:30. You have got every day one motivational speaker, that is how to remain positive, how to remain happy, youth empowerment, teachers empowerment, and then of course education to be relevant to our day-to-day life. That is something very, very important. Water conservation. During this pandemic, 152 countries, our chamber has collected the statistics. Next global crisis is going to be on water. Every drop of the water to be saved. Jal Sanrakshan बहुत ही जरूरी है. Kataria ji, the Honorable Minister for Water Resources in India, the State Minister recently when we talked with him, and Shekhawat ji, and there's a great work being done in India. But at the same time, we would request all students, all teachers, all educators, right in your school, your colleges, your universities, every drop of water, let's develop the strategies on that. Water save करना है तो घर से शुरू होगा. Women empowerment is very, very important. We got to focus on the education and development for our daughters. Environment protection, organic farming. पिछले 7 महीने से मैं यहाँ पर अपनी खुद की सब्जियां उगा रहा हूँ. ये मेरे घर की छत है. Can you believe it? This is right the rooftop of my residence. It looks like a field. There is something known as battlefield and there is something known as organic field. You can make use of, और जिस दिन आप ऑर्गेनिक सब्जियां खाने लग जाएंगे तो मेरी एज तक पहुंचते पहुंचते जब आप 72 साल के होंगे तो आपके अंदर एनर्जी एक 20 साल के बच्चे वाली होगी. And that is what you eat, what you put inside your body. That is something very important. Your health is very important, ladies and gentlemen. Be very careful what you eat. लेकिन इसके साथ साथ आपका दिमाग भी चलता है, आप सोचते भी हैं, और आपको कोई ना कोई रोजगार भी चाहिए. We know that this pandemic, this COVID, it has given a great hit to many people, and particularly the MSME sector. My brothers and sisters, I dedicated and I devoted my whole life, last 40 years. I have been with the tourism, hospitality, airlines, media, entertainment. जब मैं आपके साथ शेयर करूं, तो you'll be surprised to know our sectors have got the great, touch. But yes, listen to the musical notes and bring music in your education. It should be the integral part of education, and our chamber is doing a lot of research at present. जब आप म्यूजिक थेरेपी की बातचीत करते हैं तो हर एक सब्जेक्ट की बातचीत करते हैं. It's a great stress buster. Media entertainment industry is a great stress buster, and ICSI is doing the live beaming every day. People across, those are watching us in Australia in the different cities, those are watching us in New Zealand, those are watching us in Mongolia, Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, Seoul. Of course, Tejinder Singh ji, I'm grateful to you. You are bringing 23 families this morning together for this program. God bless you. Your restaurant should also do very well. Great. We set up, with the help of the NRIs, the first finishing school in 1994 in India to provide free education to the socially weaker section. And we have taken care of, in last 6 years, ladies and gentlemen, the northeast part of India: Tripura, Manipur, Assam, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Mizoram, Arunachal, and Sikkim. All the 8 beautiful states. Honorable Prime Minister of India gave the agenda, that is Ashtalakshmi, and we are focusing on northeast part of India. We are proud of those children and we are proud of those people. What a beautiful people. Whatever is the situation, just to go with the flow. If you go with the flow, you will overcome all your difficulties and all your problems. That's the way we all have to look at life. Here comes a dynamic and a dedicated, very dedicated person. Whenever I met him in India, I found what a soul. He comes from the industry, the Sector Skill Council, Media Entertainment. At present, we are doing a program with Media Entertainment Sector Skill Council, and our chamber is getting all the youth and all educators and all teachers and Northeast people in India, to whom we have come very close to in the last 6 years with Sri Modi ji's present setup in India. I think media entertainment holds a great potential for these children besides other Indian youth those are doing. He is the chairman of our media entertainment sector in International Chamber for Service Industry. And I still recall when we used to meet in the Ministry of Tourism in the Transport Bhavan during those days. I still go back in the memory lane, 1988, 89, 90, Yash Raj ji coming, and Yash Raj Chopra ji when he wanted to do Veer Zara, and that is the time, the tax-free and everything, we got it done. And Manmohan ji was the cinematographer that time. Chandni, Dil To Pagal Hai, Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge, Mohabbatein. Lot of discussions and deliberations we all did together, and all the way to Switzerland. And if you recall, Rakesh Roshan ji, we have taken and we have brought him to Singapore, and there was a movie called Krish 1 which was shot over here, and Singapore Tourism Promotion Board supported the entire film for 1 month. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best of Manmohan ji which he has given to Punjabi. I'm a proud Punjabi, and when I talk about it, it's a privilege to share with all of you. It was a game changer moment. And last evening when I was talking to Manmohan ji, he told me there are more than 60 Punjabi films being done every year on floor. Some of them goes noticed, some of them goes less noticed, and some of them goes unnoticed. But this is the binding. Media entertainment industry is very important to bind non-resident Indian diaspora, our chamber with India. It plays a very, very important role. This is a shooting which we had done in Canada, the first Punjabi game changer where the Harbhajan Man was introduced by Manmohan ji, and these were the shots that time we have taken. During this pandemic, the food processing. Abhi dekhiye, Golden Triangle is not going to be Delhi, Agra, Jaipur. Let's take that word. It's very important. We all got to understand. The new order of the world is going to be sustainable. Kam mein guzara kaise karna hai? And that India has proved. The cases has come the lowest now. We are proud that every Indian is taking care of. Please take the precautions, the best of precautions. B2B is no more business to business. It's back to basics of life. Your basic food, your basic health, your basic education, that is something very important, which we all have to take into consideration. This is our second day program today. This morning, we would be starting with Mr. Sandeep Marwaji, and that is something a long journey with him. I recalled this morning off the camera, and we were discussing and we were laughing. Now, our chamber strongly believes whatsoever human mind can conceive and believe, ladies and gentlemen, it can achieve. Let's come together. Let's make education relevant. It's a global confluence of educators, motivators, technocrats, counselors, wellness experts, corporate, government administrators, and decision makers. Should you wish to be a part of our chamber, we would be more than happy to help anybody in any country, irrespective, all on a complimentary basis, because we have reached a stage where we have to give back to the society, not to take from the society. We would be more happy whatever we can do to the soil of India. This morning, we would be starting with a lot of warmth, and I was going back to 1993, and I was telling, I've seen one of the most handsome person way back. He's handsome today also. But well, the biological clock has to go on for all of us. Mr. Sandeep Marwa, he's the Chancellor, AAFT University, Media and Arts. That is at Noida. My brothers and sisters, those are watching live us on the YouTube abroad, I wish to tell you, Noida is just next to the national capital of Delhi. It's one of the beautiful places because I have gone across and I have lived for 5 years in Sector 37 as a major of the Indian Army when Noida was just, people used to say, no idea. So that is the time I stayed over there, and I recall my memory lane goes back. So ladies and gentlemen, while extending a hearty welcome this morning to Mr. Sandeep Marwaji, he is an Indian film producer, director, educator, journalist, and a businessman. He is the founder and president of the Asian Academy of Film and Television and the first chancellor of the university. Mr. Sandeep Marwaji, he is the founder of Noida Film City. Now, all of us, you should know, it is in Sector 16 before and near Atta Market. And my Asian friend, ASEAN friends, if you recall, last time when I have taken you for a dinner to the Radisson, next to that big mall in Noida, that is the place we are talking about. He is also the owner and the founder of the Marwa Studios. So, ladies and gentlemen, with these words, we dedicate to India during the COVID what we have given from our time. It's a small dedication to the new education policy. We have already given to the Ministry of Education, but in the honor of Mr. Sandeep Marwa, this morning, before I hand over you to him, because he dreams media entertainment, he lives media entertainment, he thinks, he enjoys and everything. This is a small contribution and a love and affection from an elder brother at the age of 72, which we have dedicated to India and to everybody. And this is that Bharat ko punha Vishwa Guru banna hai.
विश्व गुरु बनना है, भारत का सम्मान करो। विश्व गुरु बनना है, भारत का सम्मान करो। शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़कर, शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़कर सबका ही कल्याण करो। भारत का सम्मान करो, भारत का सम्मान करो।
Due to economy of time, because we don't have much of time, that's why I'm just going to cut short this song. But it was a small dedication and a devotion for my friend Sandeep Marwaji this morning, because I have seen him putting in so much of effort all these years. And right from 1993, I have been watching, I have been observing the hard work which he has put in. And now he has got a young Marwa who has taken over, and he's the one who is taking care of the reins now. So with these words, ladies and gentlemen, we extend a hearty welcome to all of you, and I hand over the floor to Mr. Sandeep Marwaji. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you very much, Dr. Gulshan Sharma. This is Good Morning from India. My dear friends, I've been asked to give you an overall view of Indian media and entertainment industry. That's my business, that's my passion, and here I am for you. Before I give you this overview, let me start with two very important lines. कि सभी दिशाओं से शुभ सुंदर, भाव विचार भरे नित अंतर, पुण्य धरा बन जाए स्वर्ग ये, मेरे यत्नों से करुणा कर. Let me explain to you in English, whether it is north, south, east or west, whether you're in India standing at a seashore, whether you are in a lush green garden or you're looking at some colorful flowers or maybe looking at the most beautiful woman on earth. But the fact is there are two things which are much more beautiful than what you can see with your naked eyes. And these two things are your thinking and your feelings. And the best part is that both the things are right within you. You don't even need eyes for that. And today on this very auspicious day, give me good thinking, give me good feelings so that I can do good deeds. And through my good karmas, I would love to convert this earth into heaven. Can you imagine? And the best part, that the whole media and entertainment industry is actually based on these two very important things, thinking and feelings. Yes, you have to think out of the box to retain and sustain into this industry, and you have to be emotionally bind up so that you can actually bring in large audience back into the theaters, back to the television, and anything and everything. My dear friends, let me tell you, when you take a sum total of all the industries of the world, you will be surprised to note that the glamour industry is the biggest industry on this earth. When it comes to India, we are the sixth biggest industry in this country. Imagine 10 million people are working today in this industry, and approximately another 10 people this industry is supporting of other industry like hospitality, tourism, electronics, electricals, engineering, fashion, designing, food, catering, and so on. The best part is, and let me explain you before I jump to all these sections. When I say media and entertainment industry, that means I'm talking about print, radio, television, cinema, new media, events, music, and media education. Now, 2019, we had touched something like 2,35,000 crore rupees turnover. and our expected turnover in 2023 actually was 300,000 crores. But unfortunately, pandemic has hurt the whole world, and even our own industry has been badly hurt by this pandemic. We have suffered a lot, and the massive losses have occurred in this business. But still, because this industry is full of passionate people, enthusiastic and very honest and hardworking people, and I'm sure everyone is going to jump back, and they're definitely going to touch the expected turnover which we have planned for 2023. Media and entertainment now most popular industry in the world. This is one industry which can cope up and has to move with each and every industry possible, each and every ministry possible which has been created into this country. That's the position of this country, this industry. And let me give you a fair good idea about each and every segment a little bit. When I talk about cinema, I'm sure you know that India is the largest film producing country in the world. We make something like 2,000 films in 28 official languages. There are about 10,000 theaters in this country. 1.5 crore people watch cinema every day. We sell something like 5 billion tickets every year. We're much more than even USA when we say something like 3.5 billion tickets, and they make something like 450 feature films in a year. And when I jump to television, you'll be surprised that we have 950 channels in this country, and probably the largest number of news channels in this country, around 350 news channels. We have 350 radio stations in this country, though 120 more licenses are yet to be sanctioned in the next 1 or 2 years. But I talk about print media, my dear friends. We have something like 40,000 newspapers in this country. The largest number of magazines in largest number of languages are printed from this country. Probably this is the only country in the whole of the world today when everyone is jumping from paper to digital. This is the only country where new newspapers are being published and they have been given licenses to operate. The largest Hindi and English selling newspaper is also from India, mind you. Well, when I talk about print, television, these are four. When I say anything, the biggest industries in India, we more than 100,000 auditoriums in this country, and the worst part of this pandemic is that the events, which has been one of the finest part of media and entertainment industry, had to cut short, had to cut down, and all those events, they have shifted from outdoors to indoors this time. I'll be coming back if I'll have a time on this account. And of course, music, which is also a very important, but then obviously music has lost its originality because neither CDs nor DVDs nor cassettes nor CDs are being sold now. Everything is easily, comfortably available on internet. Well, the fact is that this is one industry, and when I talk about India, we need something like 4,000 to 5,000 professionals every year, trained professionals every year in this industry. And
Sandeep ji, your bandwidth is very low. Sandeep ji, can you change your location?
yeah.
Sandeep ji, your bandwidth is very low. Your bandwidth is very low.
Okay, let me check.
If you can just change your location, that would be very kind of you.
Oh, okay.
Because people are writing to me that.
Oh, okay. Is it better?
Yes, at least we can hear, but still there is a red signal down below and it says Sandeep Marwa, network bandwidth is very low. It's written on top. So, no, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. If you can
Yeah.
stop all other gadgets and just concentrate on this, can you tell your office to stop all other gadgets and close it? Because people want to listen to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and
I
there
think
is
I
no
should I should be clear. I
and
think
there
I
is
should be clear by now.
yeah, there is no time limit because there are a lot of questions also from ASEAN, from other places. So you please
I
go
would
ahead,
love
do
to.
justice with the subject.
Would love to. Now, let me tell you, my dear friends, huge demand of media professionals in India right now. Media has grown much bigger than even our own expectations. It has changed the whole from outdoors to indoors, and suddenly there is a huge demand. Channels have started, and from 5 it has grown to 40. But can you imagine, people are so enthusiastic that even in pandemic, when things were actually going wrong with the events and other segments of media, the radio has grown 73%, the gaming has grown 700%, the television has grown by 40%, the news and current affairs section, entertainment has definitely lost somewhere. Cinema has suffered a huge, massive loss, more than probably 30,000 crore, because we could not open the theaters because of social distancing and lockdowns. Well, this is all on one side, but I only know this, that I am in media for now 40 years. I am in education for 30 years. And I know that people who have passion for media, passion for films, television, media, they are bound to be successful in this industry. My dear friends, when it comes to AAEFT University, let me tell you, I have been a founder of Noida Film City. And in 1986, we started this film city. 87, it got its clearance. 88, we started building up the infrastructure. And 91, we started the first professional studio of North India under the name and banner of Marwa Studios. And trust me, no looking back. Now, let me tell you, today, Noida Film City is the fastest growing film city in the world. It's a 100-acre complex, 75 acres outdoor, 25 acres indoor, 16 studios. And out of 16 studios, around about 350 channels are being broadcast to 162 countries, 24/7. Roughly 17,000 media professionals, they're working in this complex, and the cascading effect is that more than 150,000 people, they have been able to earn their bread because of this film city. When I jumped to Marwa Studios, I'm very happy to tell you that in a span of all these 30 years, we have churned out 4,500 television programs for more than 50 channels. We are associated with more than 150 feature films in 9 different languages. We have produced around about 5,000 training films, and my production company has made around about 2,900 short films and given wonderful opportunities to the young aspirants from more than 100 countries of the world. When it comes to, in 1993, we started AAFT, the Asian Academy of Film and Television, which was the 4th film school in the country, the first in the private sector, and no looking back. Now, in a span of all these 27 years, we have churned out around about 19,000 media professionals, hailing from all the 28 states, 9 union territories of India, and 145 countries of the world. I'm very happy that students, they have done extremely well in their chosen field. And there are about now more than 50 courses which are running in media. And now the associated institutions are, we have now AFT School of Performing Arts, School of Skill Development, Cinema, Mass Communication and Journalism. We have a School of Fashion and Design. We have a School of Hospitality and Tourism, MBA College, a BBA College, and a Law College. Now, we're very happy that more than 5,000 students are learning under AAFT banner, and they are doing extremely well. And all those 19,000 students who have churned out from this institution, they are wonderfully placed into the market because the education is very personalized and to the point. Well, the fact is that there is a lot to talk about this industry. I'm very happy that there are questions which are now with Mr. Gulshan Sharma, and I would love to answer each and every question right here.
First of all, thank you very much. It was such a wonderful insight which you have given to all of us. And I think everybody has got a panoramic and a complete view. Let's start before we come overseas. What are your views about the northeast part of India, where children have got a great talent, music, dance, singing, art, craft, culture? How do you look at it? Because the Honorable Prime Minister is very keen, and our chamber has been given a task, and we are working in that particular direction. How you look at northeast part of India?
Well, the fact is there are 7 sisters. This is what we say to all our 7 states there. They are open. One thing which we have to understand is that setting up a film school is not an easy job, because it needs almost an investment of 100 crores. And that's kind of a infrastructure we're trying to provide to our students. You have studios, audio studio, video studio, film studio, you have expensive cameras, you have the whole infrastructure. I must say that it costs you a lot, and you cannot have many film schools all over the places. And probably that's the reason that there are hardly 6-7 major film schools in India, even in all these 75 years. And the fact is that AAFT is providing a very subsidized education. I mean, let's say the BA in cinema, which is something like 90 lakhs of rupees, almost 10 million rupee in USA, is only costing 7 lakhs of rupees at AFT for 3 years. It's a peanuts. It's a subsidized education which we are trying to give, because we have now this Film City as our base, Marva Studio as our corporate partners, and AFT as our educators. And we have best of the possible things under one single roof. We cannot carry all these things back again into a new place. But we've been very lucky, because we've been invited by the state of Chhattisgarh, and now we have already established AFT University in Raipur, and that's also coming now in a big way. And that's going to be in the heart country, right in the center of the country. Anybody and everybody can reach there, and someone who cannot reach Raipur, they comfortably come to Noida, which is now a hub for films, television, and media. And I'm happy to tell you that our Chief Minister of UP has announced the phase 2 of Film City, also in Greater Noida. And the phase 2 is going to be, which is going to be a 1,000-acre film city. It's not a joke. And so the students are going to have the kind of ambience I'm providing, the kind of infrastructure I'm providing. Anyone and everyone who's in television, media, art, I think they have to take little efforts, and they have to be there at Noida to learn best in the best environment.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. That's a great input. There is a group of youth, and there are a group of associations, and they are writing to us that under the Honorable Prime Minister of India's leadership, there is a national education portal, where the children, those are from the Northeast, and they are from some other states, those are in the ST, SC, OBC, and other categories. They get scholarship from Government of India, which Honorable Prime Minister has taken the initiative on the National Education Portal. Does your university accept those children like other universities?
Well, I think I can check up right now. And I think if it's the validity is there for us, we would love to take these students. And why not? We are very keen, very, very anxious. Yeah, very keen.
Right. Then there's a gentleman, Dato Ramesh Kodamalji from Malaysia. He's telling that how do you look at the post-COVID scenario as far as media entertainment industry is concerned?
Well, we were very worried because we had to close down the theaters and all the auditoriums, all were closed down, and there was definitely a massive loss. We have occurred this year a massive loss in this industry. But the best part is that as and when lockdowns they have opened, as and when the things are moving, suddenly we have realized that things are coming back to the original, and not only original, they are now jumping in a much bigger way, because anything and everything has actually come back to indoors, and a massive education system, not only media, mind you, the whole education system, which means 31 crore students of this country, 15 lakh schools, 40,000 standalone colleges, and almost 900 media person create the software, the films, the visual media for education. The online education is going to stay now. And this is a new norms for the industry, for the education industry, and for anyone and everyone. So the new applications, new gaming, new setup, new visuals, the everyone who was sitting idle in India related to films, television, and media, they're back again on the job. Every studio is booked, every camera is booked, every technician is booked, not because they are busy with the directly with the media or film industry, because they are preparing now millions of programs for the other 1,000 different courses which are running in another 40,000 different colleges. So this is going to retain for the next 2, 3, 4 years.
Okay.
And this has become a new norm. So it is very important now to have a trained cameraman, trained editor, trained director, trained production guy, trained actor to actually get it. This is a new segment which has emerged in my industry.
Okay, okay. And there is a lady, Dr. Shilpi Mohan from Kazakhstan. She's a cardiologist, and she's asking that my daughter is grown up. Do you have any online courses from AAFT University to be imparted in Central Asia?
Yes. 1st January, we are starting our courses online, and we have taken the best use of this time, and we have prepared all our courses online. They are very practically oriented courses, and comfortably students can join. We will be launching in a big way.
Okay, okay. And there's another question which is coming from Cambodia. It is Sandeep Majumdar. He is the president of Indo-Cambodia Chamber of Commerce. And he's asking, how do you see the partnership between some institutions in the ASEAN countries with AAFT University?
Well, we are absolutely open. We have already tie-ups with 60 countries, more than 50 different universities, colleges, institutions. They are part and parcel of AFT. We are at a given stage, we are guiding them. At times, we are also learning from them, because the idea is to have best of the education possible of international standards, so that large number of students can learn all over the world. But we have been quite lucky, because students from 145 countries, they've already been enrolled, and we are very, as it is absolutely international.
Okay, okay, great. And the final question, what message would you like to give to the youth for future as far as media entertainment industry is concerned? What message would you like to give to the youth? I'm not getting your bandwidth. I'm not getting your bandwidth is very low.
based on the sound. Yeah.
What message would you
What
like?
message you said, right?
What message would you like to give to the world youth with regard to the media entertainment industry? Because children, those are overseas, I wish to share with you, there are 31 million non-resident Indians at present abroad in 152 countries. And when we talk about this particular family, the global family, they are very keen that their children should somewhere be linked with India. They always want that they should be linked with their roots and they should be linked with their grandparents and everybody and all that. What message would you like to give as a media entertainment industry, one of the most outstanding giant with a long 40 years, your experience in education and entire fraternity ecosystem? How do we, because media entertainment and film plays very important role, we want our children to see Indian music, Indian films, everything, all that. And let me share with you, some of the films are making more revenue abroad than they are making in India. That is the true story I would like to share. They're doing extremely well. So what message would you like to give to the younger generation abroad?
Dr. Gulshan, thank you very much for inviting me, and let me recite two lines. कि विभासित कर गगन भूतल तिमिर को ज्योति देता चल, निराशा के अंधेरे को मिटा दे लेप प्रभंजन बल, कहीं पूनम अमावस्या, कहीं उलझन, कहीं फिसलन, कहीं कांटे, कहीं पहरा कटिल बंधन, यहाँ प्रतिकूल है सब कुछ, कहीं मरुस्थल, कहीं बदल, मगर तू मुस्कुराता चल, दिशाएं हो उठे उज्जवल, मगर तू मुस्कुराता चल, दिशाएं हो उठे उज्जवल. My dear friends, it's very important first to, when you're trying to get into any media and entertainment industry segment, please get into the proper education and training, which is very important. It's not only essential, but it is necessary. If you really want to be successful and want to achieve big name, fame, money in this industry, that's for sure. Because people who are not educated into this industry, they take years and years to reach to a very small stage. They feel disgusted, they feel let down, they feel cheated, and then they start accusing and abusing the industry. So let me tell you, because it's a very expensive industry, and this is the only industry where you can make a big name for yourself, where the whole world can recognize you and your efforts very easily. But for that, you need to be educated and trained, number one. Second, you have to be very hardworking, honest. You have to be very honest to yourself, and this is what is required. And third, you have to be passionate. Passionate is much more than loving something. So if you are passionate about this industry, trust me, that will give you strength, willpower, energy to work hard, like and a wonderful niche for yourself. And with all these words, I wish you all the best. AAFT University is open for any and every film, television, media, art, culture, fashion, design, animation, graphics, anything what you're looking for, you're most welcome. If you can just go and surf www.aaft.com, and you will find all the details about the institution and education on this site. Most welcome to join and learn. Online education is going to start very soon, and AAFT is going to be serving the student community all over the world very comfortably from next year online. And I extend my heartiest thanks to Dr. Gulshan Sharma for inviting me and giving me this beautiful opportunity to talk to you all. Thank you very much, Dr. Gulshan.
Thank you, Sandeep Marwaji. And before we close this particular session, we would like to tell every Indian, because you are such a smart, always happy, always smiling, always with humor, with so much of it. And we all are very patriotic. We always think about India. We always think good about India. And we want to do a lot for India. And all of us, we are together. Prasanna Joshi ji ka ek gana, और जो आपका शंकर महादेवन जी की आवाज, देश से है प्यार तो हर पल ये कहना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत ये रहना चाहिए. सिलसिला ये बाद मेरे यूं ही चलना चाहिए, मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, भारत ये रहना चाहिए. That's the message we would like to give at the age of 72, ladies and gentlemen. It was wonderful to meet my brother, my friend, my guide, my philosopher. He's always very energetic and very charming. You're such a handsome and so nice. And my blessings to your son also, who has stepped into your shoe now, and he's doing great job. And let me endorse finally before closing. My daughter had a short program at your place when Kalyan Sarkar was the camera handling person. So there's a lot of stories. Thank you, Sandeep Marwaji. Great pleasure. All the best for your new venture. Look forward meeting you either on this soil or on that soil, but one of the soil of different continents. Thank you very much.
Great, sir. Great meeting you. Great meeting you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. During this particular time, there should not be any tea break, and we should go for the next program. And we are rolling in with all our brothers and sisters. Those are joining us this morning from India. We extend you a very warm welcome, all of you. And let me switch over to the gallery view. And over there, I have got the next session. So we have got this morning very distinguished guest, and it is 11, only 4 minutes more, sir. Imagine it's 11:04 Indian Standard Time. Great. So we have got a session, international collaboration among education institutions to build the future of education. Wow. That means the international collaboration among educational institutions. That is the way we go by. And we have got very distinguished guest, Professor Syed Aqil Ahmed Ji is the founder, vice chancellor, and that is at the Yanopa University, India, professor, University of Malaya, Malaysia. And we also have got Dr. Sri Hari Prakash Honward, president, vice chancellor, that is Padampat Singhania University, Udaipur in Rajasthan. We extend them a very warm welcome. It's a pleasure to have both of you with us this morning. And can I request Dr. Sri Hari Ji, if you can unmute your mic, please. Hearty welcome, sir. Pleasure to have you with us. And I think like Narendra Modi Ji, you have also grown your beard during this pandemic, or was it before that? Right. So it's a pleasure. You're in Rajasthan, that is Udaipur.
That's right, sir.
That's a lovely place. It is a city of lakes. It's a city of lakes.
Indeed.
Okay,
it's not just city of lakes. It's an entire region of lakes. In fact,
okay,
the world's second largest sweetwater lake is very close to Udaipur in Jaisalmer.
Wonderful. It's a pleasure. And Professor Syed Aqil Ahmed Saab, which city are you in, sir? Because that's a city beautiful, we call Udaipur. And where are you, sir? No, your mic is mute. Your mic is mute, sir. आजकल टेक्निकली जो है बहुत सारा चीजों को संभालना पड़ता है.
Namaste, sir. Namaste. Greetings from Mysore. It is in South India.
You are in
three
Mysore.
hallmarks.
Okay, great.
Three hallmarks of Mysore city is history, heritage, and harmony.
Wow. Mysore Palace and Mysore Dashera festival is very popular.
Very popular.
I recall, if you want to go, ladies and gentlemen, from the tourism, you got to take from Bangalore to Srirangapattam, and from Srirangapattam side further to Mysuru. And if you want to come to Udaipur, there is a direct flight from Mumbai, there is a direct flight from Delhi. There must be a direct flight from a couple of other places also. But it's a beautiful city. And those are of my age. If you have enjoyed the young days of Sunil Dutt, there was a movie called Mera Saya. Yes. And there was a beautiful song which was shot over there. Nano mein badra chhaye. I know, something like that. And that song was over there, Madan Mohan Ji's Sangeet. and a
Yeah.
lot of other movies. Yes.
Your knowledge is phenomenal, sir. Your knowledge is phenomenal.
Sir,
I wouldn't be surprised if half the people living in Udaipur today are not aware of this about their own city.
we just finished media entertainment session, and you'll
Yes,
be
yes.
surprised to know, sir, there was an English movie, I think Kabir Bedi's Odyssey or something, that was shot in Udaipur. That was shot in Udaipur. It's a beautiful place. So hearty welcome to both the dignitaries, and it's a pleasure. So international collaboration among education institutions to build the future of education. Virtual collaboration, a collaborative exercise for teachers and students, applying the online technology and interaction, and some international dimension integration, which we can take into consideration. So anybody can take a lead. You both can discuss with each other, and I would be more than happy, because I would like to leave the floor open, and I want to be a student, very humble student. I'll just take the notes in next 40 minutes, because rest we will leave for questions for the audience. So 20 minutes each can take. Practical, pragmatic. If you have got any PPT, anything you want to share, you're more than welcome. If you want to talk extempore, you're more than welcome. And give us practical tips, sir. क्योंकि लोगों ने 25th March से, I think I should talk in English, because people are watching world over. They will say, all of a sudden he has got native. So what I want to wish to share with all of you is that, sir, kindly give both of you, you are the legends, you're the dawns of the education ecosystem. Give us the practical tips, what we should do, international collaboration with regard to teachers, with regard to students, with regard to knowledge, with regard to research, with regard to exchange of information. What could be the best done post-COVID and now onward when we are talking about international collaborations?
Sir, my humble request to Dr. Shri Hari ji is, he is presently working as the Vice Chancellor. He can give an extempo on which I can just...
Okay, I accept कि मेरी दाढ़ी आपसे सफेद.
No, he wants to take the tips from you so that he can add all those.
No, there is always an advantage, sir, by going first. Whatever you say is going to be new. Sometimes speaking second is tricky if the first speaker has covered everything.
Sir, first of
I will
all,
try to initiate a discussion, but at the same time, I'm sure Dr. Syed has a lot more to add to this. He already has international presence, and I'm sure. Let me start with quickly. Why are we looking for internationality? Internationality. What is internationality? Internationality is providing the world as a stage for a student to learn. If we believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, if we believe that the world is a big village, and if we believe that our next generation is going to be operating in a borderless world, I'm sure the first most important thing is they should know how to navigate themselves in this world, and that's the first. The second is what are the factors? See, different parts of world have different advantages. The Asians are known to be very good in mathematics. The Europeans in the Western world, people are supposed to be very good in working with hands. The cultures are different. The way we understand is different. While I'm saying all this, I keep saying that within India, you go east to west, north to south, there are so many more differences. India in that sense is international in itself, but there are additional advantages when you go across the world. I think the first and the foremost primary reason for going international is our next generation needs a world classroom world classroom for their education. And that includes the need for diversity, need for sensitization, need to understand how teachers in different parts of the world are teaching, need to understand how students, fellow students, from whom you learn much more than your teachers, are thinking, and to understand how to work in these diverse teams, because that's what is going to be the future. I think for the student, everything is we are discussing is for the student. So when it comes to education, when it comes to research, I think it's important to go international. Second point is how we can do it. I'll just give you a few examples of how it's been happening so far. Most of these are coming through as the MOUs, and a lot of the MOUs are only on paper, and some of the MOUs which are getting converted have gone to the level of student exchange, which is the easiest to do. That students move from one university to another, and then they get that exposure necessary across the universities. The second is the teacher exchange. The third, which has been very effectively utilized, is the course exchanges. That is, courses in other universities delivered, obviously online, directly to the students of your university. And that also concurrently to a mixed group of different universities or different students across the world. I think that's a fantastic thing, and that's the level to which we have been operating so far. During the pandemic, I have seen innumerable cases where researchers have collaborated across the world. Simply put, research, people believe, is an ideation, a hypothesis formation, an experiment, results analysis, and different parts of the world are able to do different parts of these things, especially during the pandemic. And a lot of success I have seen. Only yesterday, I saw a friend of mine having published a paper. He's been sitting here next door to me, published a paper with somebody in Korea, somebody in Europe, somebody in Canada, and they have published a paper. I understand it's an artificial intelligence paper, but the analysis, some of the data which could not have been obtained sitting in India, he's got access to it, and this is the future for us. I think these are the 2 or 3 things which we must use them as a starting point and start discussing what else can happen. What else can happen? So I will take 2 minutes, sir, Professor Syed, to talk about what else can happen, and then I'm sure you can take over, and then we will do the. The next generation is going to look for total freedom in terms of where they want to learn, what they want to learn, what they want to do, when they want to do, and according to their rules. Some of them are going to learn in the night, some of them want to learn in the early morning, some of them want to learn something from University A and some other thing from University B. I'm sure all universities are going to have to pull up their socks and say, this is our group and we have to cater to this younger generation. Already the industry is seeing a lot of gig projects, which means industry is no longer looking at employees and then how do we, nurture them, longevity of their employment with us. They're saying, I have a job, who wants to do it? They will assemble, they'll do it, they'll collect the money, and then they'll say bye-bye. And these gigs are going to be part of our university system also, because our youngsters and their mindsets are changing. We are handling millennials. I think I'll leave it at that, sir. Professor Syed has more concrete examples, and I'm sure that's why he kept himself back.
We can keep flipping. We can keep
Yes,
flipping.
but let Professor Syed put his hypothesis on the ground, and then we'll have a discussion.
I take this as an introductory remarks. Yes. I can't hear you, sir. Please go ahead.
Dr. Gulshan Sharma, shall I start now?
Please, sir, please.
So, once again, good morning to all the listeners all over the world. Let me just give one message from India. It is a land which imbibes the very basics of philosophy. All is holy where devotion kneels. We have been trained in this. Well, with this, I will also add one couplet. Dr. Gulshan Sharma is talking about international collaboration. As a teacher, I want to go much beyond this. सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं, सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं, इश्क के इम्तिहान और भी हैं, तू शाहीन है परवाज़ है काम तेरा, तेरे सामने आसमां और भी हैं.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Mysuru, somebody talking in Hindi. Wow.
May I request an English translation of this, sir? While I did pick up most of it. Since Gulshan ji had indicated that we do have an international audience,
because this is our message to the world. सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं. There are many more worlds after even the stars. सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं. इश्क के इम्तिहान और भी हैं. Ishq is the love. Love is the dedication. There are many more examinations for you to test whether you have passed in your examination of love, dedication, devotion. सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं, इश्क के इम्तिहान और भी हैं, तू शाहीन है परवाज़ है काम तेरा. Shaheen is an imaginary bird created by a poet which says you have to always fly. You cannot come back. Tu Shaheen hai parwaaz hai kaam tera. Flying is your habit. You have to fly higher and higher. Tu Shaheen hai parwaaz hai kaam tera. Tere samne aasmaan aur bhi hai. You have to continuously be doing this. This has been the philosophies of our India, and which we would like to take this philosophy across the world, imbibe the youth and see, look, we can be not only the guru for the whole world, but at the same time, we can motivate, inspire, and see the put into the righteous path to make the whole world happy and harmonious. With this starting message, I would like to say that India, within a short span of time, we are already the leaders. If you are looking at the economic power of our country, as far as the volume is concerned, we are third largest economy in terms of volume. I am not going to go much about it. But at the same time, what is important, if the people who are there and if the Indians or other people who are just listening to me all over the world, India has got one great advantage now, and that is demographic bonus. That means to say, 75% of the population is below 40 years. Almost more than 50% of our population is below 25 years, are in the range of 18-25. With this huge population and the youth power, we need to just expand our wings with the determination, and of course, not only determination, with the clarity, courage, and the all other aspects to achieve our goals. So with this, again, if you are looking to the another aspect, India is now, along with the world, is facing the three challenges. The first challenge being globalization, second is knowledge, third is change. When we are talking of the globalization, we are talking about the melting of the borders. That means to say, at the same time, we cannot, it has got many good advantages. When we are talking of the globalization, one can sit in the Mysore, but my employer can be in Massachusetts. There is a diffusion of ideas, there is a diffusion of culture, wherein it is possible, but at the same time, let me caution all the youngsters that one important aspect is there is a rat race, wherein you need to go only for the quality. Not only the quality, but quality is a perishable commodity. We will have to go much more than that, and that is excellence. if you want to achieve the excellence and to see that we can spread our wings, to see that make use of the youth power, make use of the technological power which is available, and make use of our philosophy, make use of our heritage, make use of our history, make use of our preachers imbibing all the spiritual aspects, consolidating this. Certainly we can be leaders in many aspects. At the same time, let me also know that there has been a shift in the paradigm from comprehensive thinking, which was earlier, or which we call it as a systems thinking earlier, to the analytical thinking. But now there has been a shift in the paradigm to go from the analytical thinking to the systemic thinking. When I'm talking of the analytical thinking, the part is primary, the whole is secondary. But when you're talking of the systemic thinking, the whole is primary and part is secondary. So it is in this context, most of the students, with my 42 years of teaching experience in the history, the longest served in also in the state universities, I am of the opinion that the students are confused with this analytical thinking and the systemic thinking. We need to bridge the gap and see that we shift the equilibrium from analytical thinking to systemic thinking. When we are talking of the systemic thinking, we need not only to go for a new ideas, but at the same time, there is a concept of what Honorable Prime Minister in his message, when he talked about the NEP, on that day he was talking about the word critical thinking. Then when I'm using the word critical thinking, naturally in the sense, critical thinking refers to that the present day problems of the India should be evaluated in a such a way that we can all assemble all our strengths and take this strength as our assets and go into a further step. That means to say, there is been now, let me go back to a little back. There is a shift in the paradigm from the agriculture-driven economy to the industrial-driven economy to technological-driven economy, and information-driven economy. Now we are in a state of what you call it as a knowledge-driven economy. When we are talking of the knowledge-driven economy, we are using knowledge as a tool, knowledge as an asset, and knowledge as a promoter. That means to say, in the NEP 2020, it is clear mentioned, it is now a knowledge society. Every student should be a knowledge worker. So that means to say, the human resources need to be transformed to be a human capital, and human capital to be a knowledge as intellectual asset to technology asset, and technology asset to economic asset. In the sense, if you carefully look at it, why we require this why we need the international collaboration at this stage is for a simple reason. If you just look back to India when we got our independence, we were only 30 crore population, rather 30 crore starving, stricken subjects. So we have able to cover up to a greater extent. 2/3 of the population is above poverty line, but still 1/3 of our population is still below the poverty line. When I'm talking of the below the poverty line, I am talking about those particular human resources are still do not have 2 square meal a day, let apart higher education, they do not have the basic for which we will have to cater to the needs. If we want to cater to the needs and bring this to 1/3 of the population, which is almost equal to the population of United States of America, we need to have a quick money. We need to have a quick money. That means you need a large amount of the economic wealth. There are two ways which we can think of. I'm a little bit open. One way is to go adopt a wrong method, making all the drugs, making all unnecessary like pubs, everything very popular, drug trafficking and all, getting good money. No, our ethos, our spiritual background of our country, our history, our heritage, our religious cultures which are present will not allow this. The only alternative is to go to what you call it as a knowledge-driven economy. When you are talking of a knowledge-driven economy, knowledge assets have to be transferred into economic assets. In this case, the new concept which is coming in, which is a part of NEP 2020, is the innovation. When we are talking of the innovation, we should make a distinction between the word invention and innovation. Invention, some already which has been one product or a process has been designed. But now when we are talking of innovation, we are improvising it. For example, we had already the concept of a countryside bazaars. wherein you will see even everywhere in the world it will be there. Every once in a week, all will assemble, bring their goods and they will sell it. So now the pin to plane at one place, the concept of having a big malls is an innovation. That means it brings money and brings money in the right way, but in a large quantity. This is important. But what we can do is, with so many scientists and technologies which are available at our disposal, and if you are not able to transform our intellectual assets and technological assets to economic assets, then it will be the greatest misfortune. And most important aspect is, it is after 400 years, we are getting this youth power, what I call it as a demographic bonus, which we need to not only to explore, but to also exploit, to see that our youth power will be channelized in a proper way. And to see that every particular student has to do and contribute. And more or less, if you are looking in other aspects also, for example, if you are a contributor, if you are looking at the students who want to just improvise them, they are basically very talented. Everyone knows about it. We know the methods of, we have the art of survival. So that means to say they're basically creative. So when you are talking of the creative, we have to talk about the innovation, and that is the central focal theme of the NEP 2020. When we are calling of the central theme, innovation as a central theme of the NEP 2020, then I'll go back to the what has been described with one of the leading management company called the 3M company in the first decade of the 21st century. They said innovation is creativity plus action. It's a simple algebraic equation. When you are talking of a creativity, it is a mental process, and mental process should not remain as a mental process. It should be transformed either to a program or to a product or a design or a device. And ultimately that has to be. They have gone one step further, and one step further to say that not only a youth should not only be a scientist, he should be an entrepreneur also. Inventorpreneur. Not only you invent something, but at the same time you will have to do the entrepreneur so that you will get back the money. So the concept of MSEME is also included in NEP 2020. So what my simple this one is, we will have to talk about innovation. When you are talking about the innovation, when you have to shift from the analytical thinking to the systematic thinking, when you want to explore the possibilities of the demographic bonus, and if you want to generate a lot of the economic growth due to from the knowledge, then we will have to think in a bigger way. What is the bigger way? We need to collaborate. Why we need to collaborate is for a simple reason. We have the universities which can be broadly classified into 3 or 4. One is a central university, second is state university, private university, and some other universities which I'll consider 3 basic universities are deemed to be university, which I was the vice chancellor. But if you want to just make use of it, most of our places, what we have is, we have still the legacy of pre-independence period of memorization or the conceptualization. We do not have our teaching programs in such a way that we can motivate or inspire the youngsters to look beyond the syllabus or look beyond the sum of the marks which is raising. NEP 2020 focus on this point, that it should not be a simply cumulative assessment, but it should be overall assessment that we will have to talk about. This is very important. If you want to just make use of the potential that is available in our country, so we need to go beyond the borders. Why we need to go beyond the borders? When we want to go beyond the borders, a student will be just learning their cultures. They will be learning many things. They will be interacting with other people. They will be interacting with the ideas, and they are also interacting with many of the advancement that is taking place, which may not be available in our country or in the place where he or she is working. In this concept, the collaboration is a very essential to generate new ideas, and it is ideas which rules the world. If ideas stagnate, the whole country's progress comes to a grinding halt. What is important is how to generate ideas. One of the means of this generation of the ideas is to have a collaboration at the not only at the international level, but starting from the intra collaboration within the university or inter-university or intra-university or inter-state or intra-state. Within the country, you can do a collaboration, and again, you can extend that way in international collaboration. And thereby the ideas are generated. If you want to generate the ideas, with a little with the creativity, and this creativity, if you are able to just convert it, then it is possible. And at the same time, what we have, the type of the research work which we would like to must dismantle is, I would make what I call it as hierarchy of the research, addition of the data to the data. Once somebody is carrying out a experiment in hydrochloric acid, I will carry it on sulfuric acid. That is also a data, but it will not generate the wealth. Then you will have to assess improvising the existing data, generation of the new data, but ultimately, you will have to have innovative. I'm not talking of invention, that is the highest one. But the innovation is itself is enough. If so many people can, so many youngsters, how you want to do it? So that is why first we will have to look into the whole education system. If you look back to the whole education system, which we call it as a Gurukula, which was teacher-centric. And second half of the last century, it was more or less the student-centric. Now what we have is the learner-centric. Learner-centric in the sense within in the classroom, of course, he will take a lead, authoritative lead. A teacher will take authoritative lead, no doubt about it. But in the process of interaction, he is also learning. And learning should be a continuous process. Unless if you do not make learning a continuous process, then the whole thing will stagnate. You cannot expect any of the creativity. How you can that creativity? That's why the concept of open discussion comes in, groups discussion. And now it is very easy that we need not be stick on only to the classroom, but we can spread our wings not only to the intra-university, inter-university, inter-state, but we can go for inter-countries, because we have now advanced technology. And that technology, which I call it as a Web 2 generation, second generation of Web, with a lot of facilities. We can just, it is possible, we can carry out our experiments. I can sit here, set up a camera in some of the labs, for example, in Portugal, and let him carry out, I can give a discussion. No, this is not the way, we can just improvise. So the distance is no problem. Proximity is no problem at all. That proximity is bridged by the advanced technology. And this is exactly what probably the organizers want, the virtual collaboration through innovative online pedagogy or teaching in simple way is this one. It's only the consolidation of the ideas. Nevertheless, I will just give you how you have to go about this particular virtual pedagogy is to go for ideation. Education and innovation. The word, if you are talking of it, you have to just mix this innovation with education. Whether it is normative or with the principle, what type of education you are importing, it could be. Our former speaker who was talking about this one, that is also one. You need to have innovative education. To have an innovative education, you need ideation. You need an ideation, then we can think of collaboration work and what is the importance of the collaboration work. I'll explain to you after giving it handovering rather a mic or this one screen to Dr. Sri Hariji.
Before we go to Honorable Vice Chancellor Saab over here in Udaipur, I've got a small request to make to both of you. Could you be kind enough to tell your professors, your associate professors, lecturers, assistant professors, students, they all can come live on YouTube and they can pass their comments, they can participate.
Yes.
Because that would be something, and take 2 minutes. They have to just come on the YouTube channel GS Motivator.
Yes.
GS Motivator. They have to come over there, and meanwhile, I will recapitulate as a good student what I have learned from both of you till this moment, and you both can meanwhile tell your faculty and your students to come and join.
Yes, please. They're most welcome to ask questions, and rather that we can be more what I can say focused on this point.
No, sir. Question I'll come later on. I'm requesting by the time I just read out what all you have covered, both kindly text to your professors, your faculty, and your students to come on GS Motivator channel on the YouTube so that they can post their views also.
Yes.
We want to know your faculty and your students also from both the universities. Meanwhile, I will take 2 minutes to read out what all I have learned so far. So you get 2 minutes time to go through your text. Like I was texting world over. By the time you both have talked, I have a world over. I have texted everybody, and you use Portugal. I have sent to Portugal also. Okay. Now, Dr. Srihariji started something very interesting. World as stage to learn. Vasudev Kutumbakam. Borderless world. Learn how to navigate in the new norms in the new world. World classroom. Diversity. Sensitization. Student exchange MOUs have already started. Then teachers exchange. Then course exchange. These were the core words which I have taken from your sermon this morning. Now, coming to Professor Said. Professor Said talked about analytical thinking to systematic thinking. Then he talked about critical thinking. Then he talked about knowledge-driven economy. Then art of survival and art of creativity. Then thereafter, innovation is creativity plus action. That is innovation. Then he talked about collaboration to generate new ideas. Then he talked about inter to the global collaboration that is within the university, within the universities, within country, region, and then going global. That's the dimension he gave. Then use technology to global advantage. And then finally, he talked about innovative education needs ideation. Sir, I'm a good student. I've taken all the notes from both of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gulshan.
And can you imagine, meanwhile, I've sent across my text to about 1,000 people in different groups. Already I've sent across. Okay, I'm looking forward to your faculty and your students also to participate. You can take another 1 minute. Meanwhile, I'll give you 1 more minute. So, ladies and gentlemen, in India, we are talking about Mysuru and we are talking about Udaipur. These are beautiful. Udaipur is in Rajasthan. Mysuru is in Karnataka. Udaipur, because when you talk about Rajasthan, it has got a deep connection with Bollywood also, because a lot of film shootings takes place over there. And Rajasthan, Pushkar Festival, Jodhpur, Jaipur, Udaipur, and I also go to a couple of other festivals. And there's a beautiful place called Chowki Dhani. I'm giving a time to both of you so that you can tell, you can send to your professors, you can send to your students. Chowki Dhani is a beautiful place in Rajasthan. And when you go to Jaipur, near that, and if you go to Jaipur, you must bring some colorful souvenirs and gifts from there. Now, let me take you mentally appreciating. We get down at Bangalore. From Bangalore, we'll start a road journey and we will come to Srirangapatnam. We will have a cup of tea or something, some snacks over there. And from there, I'll take you to Mysuru. Mysuru has got a wonderful Dashera festival. It has got a beautiful place. And if I recall, there's something very interesting. Nowadays, every Saturday, today is Saturday, this evening at 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time, we have got a special program, Swami Vivekanand's for today's education, teacher and youth empowerment. And that programs come from Chicago. And that program started from Mysuru. You would say, how? The lady who is at present Mataji, that is a lady who is holding the entire responsibility for Swami Vivekanand's foundation. And when we talk about Balur Math, when we talk about, and she's giving lots of lectures throughout India, particularly IIT Delhi, she has got lots of programs. She comes from Mysuru. That's what I learned last time. So I will take you back to Udaipur. I can see the beautiful lakes, beautiful people, beautiful place. And there's a hotel management institute also, and tourism, couple of other things which are there. I think meanwhile, both the professors must have texted to their professors and their lecturers and their faculty and students. And I get back to both of you. Now, let's take some specific areas that would be very meaningful. We have got plenty of time. I have got no rush. Dr. Sri Hariji, if you wish to share something before we go on to the question answer mode, if you wish to discuss and
Yeah.
share, inform, please go ahead.
Very interesting, interlocution you have put Mysore and Udaipur. Let's also understand there is something more common. Both are palace cities also.
Both are palace cities.
Yeah,
also.
Wonderful palaces in both the places. And interestingly, there used to be a train which is obviously suspended during COVID period, originating from Mysore to Udaipur.
Oh, wow.
These are two
That's great.
So
I think tourism department of Rajasthan should have a special award for Professor Dr. Sri Hariji.
and in terms of climate also, Mysore climate and Udaipur climate are very similar, except for the short winter we have, which is much more severe compared to what Mysore can get. But in otherwise, the kind of rains and the temperatures, the vegetation around, it's very similar.
Very good. Very good.
Coming back to our topic at hand, well, Professor Syed very interestingly, described how the student mindset or student expectations are changing. And he did talk about the teacher's role in it, and teacher's role being authoritative. I think even that authoritativeness is going to disappear slowly. Teacher today is sage on the stage, and his effectiveness is considered to be very low in from a learner-centric point of view. And everybody is asking the teacher to be guide on the side rather than sage on the stage. And as Professor Syed rightly pointed out, the student is the most important. His learning is the most important. We are no longer talking about teaching. We are talking about learning. The word teaching, I think, will probably disappear from our dictionaries because that's irrelevant. What is important is student learns, and that can only happen through active learning. And to make that active learning, teachers all over the world are into techniques and methodologies trying to attract students. This is going to be one huge experiment by exposing students to learn under different circumstances, exposed to different styles, different techniques, and that's going to be a huge thing in future, because that's the only way student can learn. And learning, our generation has understood the hard way. We have learned something new every 5 years, and all the time resisting learning something new. Gulshanji, your gray hair and Professor Syed's vintage also is this thing, that what we did when we were students, today's students are not even aware. I mean, you can't even find some of those things in the museums. So we have been learning, and we now have fully understood that learning is lifelong. For the next generation, learning is going to be even more greater. They are going to unlearn and relearn at a much higher speed than we did. We were probably lucky that so much of change did happen. But what scares me is so much more change is there ready to happen, and that change is going to be brought out by our younger generation, and we are trying to train them. Professor Syed, I'm sure, will agree with me that we can't be a frog in the well. Yeah, and we need to leave the frog in the ocean, and ocean, believe me, is going to be very, very scary. Professor Syed, your thoughts, please.
I've got now, I think I've got few questions now to take on, because we have got about 12 minutes.
Yeah.
So I want to dedicate, if you both permit. Syed Saab, if you want to say something for 2 minutes, you can. But thereafter, I want to go to question answer session.
Yeah, right. I just kept one thing was, if you are talking of just expanding your wings and so that you can just see that you can penetrate to the other borders and interact with the students and their cultures, create ideas and bring back the new original ideas and want to work it. And also consolidate our demographic bonus or youth power to channelize in a proper way. I would like to say that in this context, myself and my son, who is also a director for Center for Entrepreneurship and Business Incubation, he is also a panel member in your next week. We have written one article aligning higher education with innovation and sustainability. And in this context, we would like to say that you must also understand the pragmatic aspect of our country. It is a country with 1.3 billion population. And as I told you, we do have a demographic balance. About more than 550 to 600 million youths are there in 1825 who need to have an access for an higher education. When we want to go for an higher education, there is a need to trim their mind so that they should be innovative. When you want to be talking of the innovative, they should carry out certain research type of work. And that type of research work should not necessarily be in a high sophisticated. It should consolidate into a smaller, simple work, but having a creativity so that they can, it is possible to transform that whatever the knowledge is set into economic assets. For this, we need what you call it as the third important aspect, you call it as a change. When I'm talking of the change there are three aspects: change in your mindset, change in your attitude, change in your perception. This is absolutely
the third one. What is the third one?
Change in your mindset first.
Change in mindset.
Change in your attitude. Change in your perception. For example, if I say change in your mindset, if you just walk outside and you ask any fellow, what is India is about? Oh, it is a land of 1.3 million population with 1.3 billion population with 1.3 million problems. No, the mindset is India is a country with 1.3 billion human resources with 1.3 million opportunities. This is important. And it is not simply a phraseology. It is if you are carefully look at, we do have so much of diversity which we can able to cater to the needs. And in this context, I would like to just say that it is better the youngsters should change their mindset, they change their attitude towards higher education. It should not be a replica of what you call it as eating the subject faithfully, vomiting the subject in the examination sincerely, and forgetting the subject after the examination obediently. This attitude, they should change it and change their perception about our countries and countries' challenges. This is the message which I would like to give you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I've got a few sensitive questions.
Yes.
Few sensitive questions, but I can't help it because we are passing through such a patch. If I do not honor the students and the concerns, that won't be correct on my part.
Yes.
And to do justice to my soul and to my conscience, I got to remain honest to myself at least, because now at 72, you should start counting, you know, that is something very important.
But that is the age.
Now there's something, there is a YouTube video. I would request all of us to, Saurabh, you come later on. Saurabh, you come later on. If you can kindly mute your video for the time being, that would be very kind of you. Saurabh, yeah, thank you. So what I wish to share with all of us is over here, very important. There is a YouTube video. I would request both the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor can see later on. It's every university worst nightmare. This is a YouTube video. It is every university worst nightmare. This is the title of the YouTube. It is by Valuetainment. Valuetainment. They are the producer. They have given some analysis over there. And few questions I'm taking now. I've got 7 more minutes. 1.6 billion US dollar equivalent is the loan students have taken in USA from the federal, that means the government banking. And equally, there is an amount loan being taken by students from the private borrowers. Universities are keen, students should come back immediately, irrespective what all is going on. Secondly, whatsoever was to come in education ecosystem in the next 10 years, it has come in 6 months. It came like tsunami. The new education policy, 2020, 29th of July, wonderful, everything good, right. Few questions for future. 1986 was the last policy, 30 years have gone by. Is there any economic information available with authority? What percentage of 1986 policy actually got implemented by politicians in India? Next question. Are youth really prepared? Do youth really require this education? Do they really look forward to this education? I think at the age of 72, when I sit with a child with my so-called self-proclaimed intellectual capital of years together. Dr. Gulshan Sharma, you have traveled to so many countries world over. You have been teaching in America, you have been teaching in Canada, you have been teaching in Australia, you have been teaching there. What have you been teaching? The PhD which you acquired 30 years back doesn't hold any relevance in today's education ecosystem. It's obsolete. Dr. Gulshan Sharma, you don't deserve to be a compounder. What to talk of doctor? Okay, fine. Kept aside. Children have gone so far away. They are in the virtual world. They are in the fantasy. They sit in a train or in a bus or a flight or anywhere with you when they are traveling. They are not interested to talk to you. They are busy in their own world. If you say, excuse me, son, what are you doing? He says, uncle, I'm sorry, I'm a little busy. I'll talk to you later. And he puts his earbuds and he is listening to the music. He's on the Facebook. He's in the virtual world. He's on a chat. And he's laughing, he's talking, everything. When the flight is about to land, he says, sorry, uncle, I couldn't take your call earlier. I was busy. Tell me, what do you have got to say? Now, uncle has got nothing to say. Steam has gone out because the flight is landing now. The wheels have already touched the aircraft, the runway. Now, what education are we talking about? For whom are we talking about education? I may talk about cultural heritage, values, everything, all that. My concern is now. This all scenario I have given, now I'm coming to the climax. Children, those are coming from overseas to India at present. Who are they? What is their profile? Which countries are they coming from? If I want to bring more students to India from so-called developed countries, if I want to get children from Canada, I want to get from America, I want to get from Europe, I don't want to name the countries where from they are coming at present because that would not be right perspective. As a dignified person, I would not like to make a mention of that. Now, what do we do? What India has got to offer? What India actually can package? What we should package so that people from so-called the affluent and developed countries should be keen to come to India. That is the take. 1.5 minutes each one of you can take. It's 11:57. I have built a scenario. Now kindly guide me.
Dr. Shirali, you would like to answer?
Yeah. I will do the first this thing. A lot of points and a lot of truth in them. A lot of internal examination required. You asked about how much of 1986 education policy was implemented. I think the policy implementation may have been what it has been, but more importantly, what all of us together as a society we have succeeded in is, in some way neutralizing the system. We came up with a mechanism of learning, and then we found out what are the ways of bypassing it. We have become examination centric, and we have become certificate centric rather than the learning centric. We have become content centric, and these are all issues which have led to rethinking a newer education policy. Any system, if you allow it to work according to the premise under which the system has been developed, might succeed. But if you go to an extent of seeing the loopholes and seeing how do I bypass this system and still get the expected, the final the final portals, so that I become smarter and I'm able to lead a great life. And we have succeeded in neutralizing all the checks and balances in the earlier system. That's the need for new education policy. Now, what can India offer? I think India offers a very, very peaceful country to begin with, fantastic diversity. We are known to be great lateral thinkers. We are also the second largest market, which means after China, this is where the next businesses are going to be. And that is what we need to push forward and say the developed world is going to be operating in this world. So their students do require what it takes to develop the skills and knowledge required to negotiate in this world. That's one aspect of it. The second aspect of it is what these millennials are going to be expecting from us. We have grown so rigid in our thinking. We say somebody who has done in BCom cannot enter another stream. Somebody who has done BA cannot come into science. Somebody who has done science somebody who has done biology cannot get into physics, and so on and so forth. We have built walls around ourselves. I think all these walls need to be broken. We need to open ourselves up so that we get these millennials. The great example you shared of somebody on that mobile with the ear plugs. We need to get into that world, and we need to tell him, look buddy, the music is fantastic, the fantasies are great, but you still need to earn your living. You still need to be part of this society, and your survival depends on how useful you are to this society. I think that's the big job which we need to do. That's one of the drivers of going online. That is, go into a space where our next generation students are going to be. We need to make life in India more easier for these people to come down. They do expect a certain level of ease of navigation. I mean, not just comforts of an AC room or this thing, but also going about your life outside the room in which you are staying. In India, we understand, we are used to that struggle. That struggle is decreasing day by day. Our infrastructural, issues are getting sorted out every day. But we need to think of creating that ease of living which we can offer to these students. And I'm very sure in terms of availability of talent, availability of faculty, availability of the academic infrastructure, some of these things will sort themselves out once this motion happens.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very kind of you. Professor Said.
Yes, sir. I think Dr. Shri Hariji has covered almost all points, but I will have a very targeted message. If you are looking back to 1986 education policy, one of the preambles were destinies of nations are made in a classroom, and the architect of this destiny maker is a teacher. And to me, being a third generation a teacher, and my children happens to be fourth generation teachers, I have one clear message to the teachers. Teachers should not fail the system, they should build up the system. I'm just giving in a very camouflaged and at the same time, I want to remember them that there are three duties a teacher has to perform. One is professional, for which he is paid and very heavily paid. Second is moral, and third is social. If a teacher...
What is the second one, sir? What is the second one?
Moral obligation. Moral obligation.
Okay.
Third is social obligation. Fourth is professional obligation. These are the three important duties a teacher has to perform. If we are able to perform, 90% and above the problems are solved. And this is what exactly I would like to do it. And maybe I will end up with one couplet more.
Go ahead.
मंजिल से आगे बढ़कर मंजिल तलाश कर, मंजिल से आगे बढ़कर मंजिल तलाश कर, मिल जाए तुझको दरिया तो समंदर तलाश कर। मंजिल से आगे बढ़कर मंजिल तलाश कर, मिल जाए तुझको दरिया तो समंदर तलाश कर। हर शीशा टूट जाता है पत्थर की चोट से, हर शीशा टूट जाता है पत्थर की चोट से, पत्थर ही टूट जाए वो शीशा तलाश कर। If you are able to do it, I think so we'll be able to do it. That's
but if I put it in a perspective, sir, although I'm a very positive person, but the youngsters are feeling मट्टी का खिलौना है, फना होने से डरता है, मट्टी का खिलौना है, फना होने से डरता है, देखकर बड़ों की दुनिया आज बड़ा होने से डरता है।
वही हो रहा है सर। Maybe we can change this.
What have we done to the system? What have we done?
God willing, we will change, sir.
Because, sir, people, those were not getting any job, they were coming into education system. They were having all hidden agendas. And now, all of a sudden, the education has got transparent. It has got exposed.
Yes.
And it is becoming so difficult for me. I'm a teacher. At heart, I'm a teacher. I just don't want to tell a couple of things right at this stage. I'm a third class, 11th standard child from a village background school. 11th class, third class, 34% marks. I don't know how I must have passed my 11th. And I told, I'm not meant for studies. I don't want to be in education. Enough. I want to get into a profession where I have not to study. And I studied my friend's books and I got into the Indian Army and rose up to the rank of major. I wanted to retire from the Indian Army. I was extremely happy. But one fine day, destiny had something else in the storage. Little casualties somewhere, medical category down. You can't go beyond major. Turning point in life. Graduation is being done when you are in the training of Indian Army and you get your degree from JNU. So graduate, I was already. I had to do my master's. I had to do my PhD. I cleared the UPSC. I moved on deputation to the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. I drafted India's first MBA tourism course, 1988, and I set up India's first institute for Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. I do not know whether Singhania Saab's university is the one where Mr. B.K. Goswami had been associated. I don't know. Is it the same university or some other university?
It's the same university.
Mr. B.K. Goswami brought me on deputation from the Indian Army to the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. When he was Director General Tourism, he became Secretary Tourism. He gave me the freedom to travel the world over, go and study the system. George Washington University, Syracuse University, Purdue University, Pepperdine University, Woodbury University, Long Island University. I went every place across the world to study what kind of an MBA tourism to be brought in India. I owe to those people. And today, sir, when I look back, I find what education, what kind of an education, what are children expectation, where the students are going, where are they? If students get an opportunity, I'm sorry to tell you on this platform, it's very difficult. Sitting on I'm saying there is no other language because I'm not that good at English language. I got to tell you very frankly, they're playing PUBG, they're sitting on a shit pot, and from there he is shouting, attack from the left, attack from the right. Now you take your weapons and all that. And I said, excuse me, what has happened? He said, nothing, uncle, I'm just playing the PUBG. Can you believe it? The thing is, they are in the virtual world. They have gone away from us. They are not with us. And what we are giving is not. I think, sir, finally, what my request to you is, I'm giving you a wonderful input which you can utilize in your university. I'm giving you a free of cost, no consultancy fee being charged from you. But with a commitment, when I come to India, you will take me around to the university and I give a free motivational talk for your teachers, for your educators and your youth and your students a new dimension. You get 152 countries consultancy free of cost. That's what I'm sharing with you now. If India is interested to implement the new education policy in a higher education in a right perspective, and if you're looking forward to get students from abroad, if you want to get youngsters from abroad, kindly package. Foreigners are having only two problems. Take a journey from IQ to EQ. IQ is not required. EQ is required. Emotional quotient is required. Intelligence quotient is not required. Thereby, if you can give empathy, and that can be given only by three dimensions: yoga, meditation, and spiritual tourism. Yoga, meditation, and spiritual tourism. If you package in your education somewhere how to get peace of mind, they have got plenty of money, plenty of gadgets, all money flowing on a loan from the banks, everything they have got in their residence, but there is no peace of mind. They are not happy inside. They do not know what they are eating, why are they eating, which way they are eating. If you have got a buffet for $5, they want, let us see what I can eat for the next 3 days. Rest I will see with my stomach later on. That is the tendency. If you can package your spiritual part somewhere in your education, India will be in a position to get students from Canada, from United States, from the entire European Union. With those words, my deepest regards, gratitudes, and thanks to both of you, both the intellectual dignitaries. It was a great learning. And as a good student, sir, you should feel that I have not taken, I've taken the notes from both of you. Here is my notebook. I have learned and I have picked up and I have taken every note. Thank you very much for joining. Thanks for coming. It was a pleasure to have both of you. Look forward meeting on some other platform in near future. God bless all of us.
You're most welcome, sir. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very
Because
much.
I'm a qualified professional motivational speaker. When I teach abroad and whatever money I get, I join Anthony Robbins programs, Jim Rohn programs, Brian Tracy programs, Les Brown programs. I want to learn from these people. जिसके पास जो अच्छा है उससे ले लो और इन्हें जो चाहिए वो भारत में दे दो. इनको पीस ऑफ माइंड नहीं है, इनको स्पिरिचुअलिटी के साथ योगा और मेडिटेशन दे दीजिए, आपकी एजुकेशन पैकेज हो जाए. थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
sir.
Let me have the next guest, Deepa Bhushan. She is right over here. We extend her a very hearty welcome. She is the director, school CP Goenka International School, Mumbai, Maharashtra. We extend her a very hearty welcome. Pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for joining us. And Deepa ji, floor is yours. Audience is yours. Universe is yours. Please go ahead. Your way now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gulshan. Thank you so much for that. Do I have the share screen rights? Will I be able to share my presentation?
Ma'am, you have got all the right. The globe is yours. Share whatever you want. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
So while I'm speaking about a topic called thinking out of the box, and
Very interesting topic. Very interesting.
yes, very, very interesting topic. And really, how do we bring it into education and what's happening in the field of education today related to thinking out of the box? So I'm going to start off with my first. Okay. So we're talking about the new generation, which you were speaking about, who sit and play PUBG. And, we're trying to teach them and we're trying to work in their space. So we've had different generations come through. And at this point of time, I think we are the maximum generations with the variances together right now. So if you'll see, we have the builders, we have the baby boomers, we have the generation X, generation Y, generation Z, and now we have the generation Alpha also that has come in and who has different needs. And we also know that the 21st century has come in, and the 21st century is demanding different things from all of us. It's not the same like maybe what the builders needed, nor the baby boomers, nor the generation X. The generation Y, generation Z, and generation Alpha really need different things and need the 21st century skills to move ahead. And when we look at the 21st century skills, creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and communication come first. Of that, creativity, which is thinking out of the box, is a must and is needed a lot in today's times. And these are something that we need to teach students about to adapt and improve upon their modern work environments and also their life environment. So it is not limited to work only, but it is expanding across their life, and thinking out of the box, problem solving is the most important thing that's needed today, because really knowledge is available at the click of a button. Everything you need, any information, you just need to Google and you're there, you have everything. So they need to think out of the box. That is required in today's times. But what happens is we teach children to color inside the lines. And when they grow up as adults, we expect them to think out of the box. So I'd say that in the field of education, we really need to relook at what we are doing in the education system and stop teaching the way we did so many years earlier to suit the needs of now. So we need to change our processes at a much earlier age, because that's when it becomes a part of the DNA of the child. And that's when it moves forward. So, majorly been asked, what does it mean? What is thinking out of the box? Really, is there a box? And what does this mean? So if we are to look at what thinking out of the box means, it actually is about an amazing intellect plus a unique worldview is actually thinking out of the box. And everyone thinks not everybody can think out of the box, but yes, you can train yourself to think out of the box, because each one of us as individuals has an amazing intellect. That intellect may be in different spaces. I'm sure all of you have heard enough of Harvard Gardner's multiple intelligences. So we all know that each one of us has some or the other amazing intellect. It's about bringing in the unique worldview, and that's when we think outside the box. So how do we think really? What is really, I'm asked this question often, what is thinking? What is thinking? And, I would have liked to open this up if this was an interactive session to ask you, what do you think is thinking? And if anybody had a thought on it, thinking is really a collection of your thoughts and putting them together and making sense. It's as simple as that. Good thinkers see possibilities, and the not so good ones see challenges in most of the places and are unable to find the possibilities. But we can educate children from a very young age to think of possibilities. Now, there are different types of creative thinking and thinking that leads to thinking out of the box. So you have the divergent thinking, where you actually see many possibilities, you brainstorm, you use your imagination. There are so many ideas that come through. It's also called as creative or horizontal thinking. And then, of course, you have the convergent thinking, which uses logic and which actually makes sense of all these possibilities, which gives you that one maybe right answer, but gives you that one answer, lets you think logically, and makes you understand very critically how your thoughts are working and how to solve a problem. So, this is also known as the critical, vertical, analytical, or linear thinking. And really, a combination of both of these making sense together is lateral thinking, which leads to thinking out of the box. So, both these together, the vertical and the horizontal thinking, lead us to thinking out of the box. And there are many ways that we can train ourselves to think in both the spaces, whether it is divergent or whether it is convergent thinking. We can train ourselves to think in both the ways. So, divergent thinking, and I'm just going to go a little bit in depth because of us wanting to see possibilities. So, how do you train yourself to do that? How do you ensure, what are the activities that you can do? One of the core activities that you can do to ensure you are able to think divergently is to brainstorm ideas. Sometimes it's also good to just put down whatever you're thinking. Sometimes there's a jumble of thoughts in our head. Just put that all down, put it all there. And then from that, try and see which of your ideas has value. I don't know if you all know about Edward de Bono and his 6 thinking hats. Edward de Bono's 6 thinking hats asks you to put on a different colored hat and give a different perspective. So often we say that if I'm seeing a 6, you may view it as a 9 because you are seeing it from a different side. The same way, for every problem, every challenge, you would look at it from a particular angle with a particular perspective. And if you go through Edward de Bono's different hats, you'd actually see them with different filters and different lens. So you'd have this different responses to the same problem. And there is no right or wrong. So when you are doing divergent thinking, there is no right or wrong. It's only about getting all your ideas out, thinking of possibilities, opening up that space. When you do that, normally what happens is, we limit ourselves from thinking out of the boxes because no, this is not going to be possible. So, this is not going to work. Another solution may have certain other practical issues. But when you get into the mode of divergent thinking, you have to think of all possibilities without taking into account the challenges that may be there. When you need to do that, that is the second stage when you bring in convergent thinking and then you put in your pros and cons. But if you are looking at thinking out of the box, the first thing is open up the divergent thinking space. And certain tools that help you, like I said, brainstorming, using Edward de Bono's 6 thinking hats, writing your ideas, idea writing, just whatever's in your mind, just go on writing, and then try and make sense of those jumble of ideas. So all these elements help you to really get into divergent thinking. So how do we get children to think out of the box? So these are a few ideas that I'm sharing with all of you. So one is, of course, encourage creative play. When children play with blocks, small blocks, They just give him that, and they can make any shape out of it. It isn't essential that you are looking at a building in a particular format or anything. They can do whatever they want to with it. You'll see them come up with new ideas. That's allowing them a space to practice bringing in new ideas. What's in my mind? What's in my imagination? How can I build it? You are allowing for those spaces to come forward. Model your own problem solving. Now, what happens is when you create problems, so normally, I'll give you a simple example. Like in maths, we normally give children the numbers, problems, and we tell them solve it. Have you ever asked them, why don't you create the number problem and then try and solve it? What happens is children start observing things around them. They start looking that where are the concerns? How can we solve it? So if we are looking at saving water, then children start observing, okay, then what's the problem? Where is it happening? How can we solve it? What are the possibilities? And you're opening up all these possibilities for them. Read problem solving stories together. That's a must, because you're showing them that challenges can be solved, and thinking out of the box always has benefits to it. A very interesting story that I was just reading up was about this young girl who has to marry somebody whom she doesn't want to marry. And she realizes, and he tells her that, I have a black pebble and a white pebble, which he picks up from the ground, where there are lots of black pebbles and white pebbles. And he says, if you pick up the white pebble, you will not need to marry me. If you pick up the black pebble, you will have to marry me. What she sees is that he picks up both the black pebbles, but she's unable to say anything to him. So she has to find a solution. Either she tells him that you've taken both black, or she tells him, no, you can't do this because your father owes the man money. But what she does is she pats the hand of the man and he drops the pebble. So she's thinking out of the box. She's come up with an out of the box solution. And so she says, the pebble has dropped now. How will we find it amongst all the pebbles? But if you open the other hand, you will see the black pebble in that. So which means to say that the white pebble was in the hand that was, which fell down. So therefore, I don't need to marry you. So she was thinking out of the box. So always reading problem solving stories together gives children the option to know that there are so many ways that you can actually do things, and there are possibilities. Allow kids to experience failure and teach them how to bounce back. You may not have the solution to a problem the first time. It's okay to make mistakes is also something that we must teach children. And that's a part of the thinking out of the box solution. Do some do-it-yourself projects together, because when children actually do, they break, they make, they're able to work things together. Also, provide time for decision-making. Provide opportunities for decision-making by providing lots of potential solution, by asking children a lot of questions and open-ended questions. And I'm going to take you through some few questions in the next series. Ask your kids for help. You'll be surprised at how creative they can be. It's only as we grow older that we keep ourselves in that box. Children don't have that box. They continue to think out of it. So what Albert Einstein said was, the important thing is not to stop questioning. Independent thought is the key to discovery. So encouraging children to be curious and trusting their curiosity to lead them in the right direction is very, very, very important. It's actually important to find out the why behind everything and get children to think about it. And that's when these are all procedures and processes that are leading to children continuing to think out of the box. So children do think out of the box at young ages because children are naturally curious. But what we do is we take away that ability from them by putting them within those lines. So it's important to always challenge assumptions, question the everyday things that we take for granted, and that is a space that we must allow. It's okay not to have that one right answer always. And even if something is the norm, it is okay to question it, is a space that we must give children. So certain open-ended questions we can have to encourage out-of-the-box thinking. Like things like, why do you think something happened? What do you think will happen if? So you're leaving it open to possibilities and you're creating these possibilities. Why did you choose to do a particular thing? How do you know that it's going to work? What makes this work? What problems did you have? What do you think caused that change? How might you do it definitely next time? And what did you notice? All these questions encourage out of the box thinking. A few other aspects that the children must do is to observe the world around them. And I think we must allow space for that. So when children observe the world around themselves, they are finding the problems, they're also finding the solutions. And really, when you look at something in depth, there are a lot of connections that are formed in your mind, which is extremely important. Scientific inquiry is another space which allows for out-of-the-box thinking too. We normally see when children are doing experiments in the labs, they're actually checking, if I mix two colors to this degree, what is happening? If I heat something to a particular degree, what is happening? All these elements, they're working out the whys in their mind. And how is it happening? And we're allowing for their curiosity to help them to find these answers. Also, convergent thinking and rationalizing their thought processes is an important part of thinking out of the box. So, to make sense of divergent thinking, you need convergent thinking, which is why rationalizing thought process is an important part of the complete process. Another one is, of course, problem solving. We spoke about this earlier. So not only creating the problems, but also solving the problems. So it has to be a combination of both and looking at things from different perspectives. Like I said, using the Edward de Bono model or the WIX model, which is the wisdom, intelligence, and creativity model, helps to look at things from different perspectives. This is something that I always speak about is daydreaming. We're normally running around. We don't allow children the space to just daydream. And really, a great aspect of good thinking and seeing multiple possibilities is daydreaming. When you daydream, your mind creates connections between things you consider totally unrelated. Just imagine you're sitting somewhere and you're actually looking out and you're grappling with a problem and you're just gazing at nature. You will have your solutions come through at that time when you are relaxed, when you are in a calm frame of mind. You'll also see multiple possibilities coming through. Daydreaming is actually like brainstorming for the creative mind. So that's the space that we must allow. We normally have, these schedules for children, which is one class after the other, keep the children busy, don't let them be free at all. But we must give them time to daydream. If I could, I'd also recommend this should be actually a part of the school day that children are allowed to daydream. Rarely see that happen, hasn't happened till now, but I would recommend that if we can look at it, that's something that I would like to work with surely, and I'm planning to do so. More than ever, the pandemic today showed us that what thinking out of the box meant for education. Yeah, we saw that when schools shut down physically, virtual schools were created and access was provided through TV, through mobile sets, through computers, through radios. And there was so much more that happened during the pandemic. Now, when we're talking about thinking out of the box, if people would not have thought about out of the box, would we have had the solution? It's when a problem came in that everyone brainstormed, let's find the best way to do it, and then found solutions for different areas. For those people who had access to devices, they and their mobile headsets, they of course had their video calling with their teachers, could see them face to face, online. But there were rural setups, like you can see in the pictures. There were rural setups where there was no access to internet. They didn't have devices. But did that mean that it stopped studying? there were people who thought out of the box and came up with possibilities. So as you can see in the first picture, you had this teacher who had a speaker with him, a mic and a speaker with him, and he had children sitting socially distanced and he had a black paint marked on each wall where the children could write and he could view what they were writing and also correct. So he didn't even have to open the books. So this was somebody thinking out of the box, thinking divergently, then coming up with a solution and making sense of it practically, which really is what is needed so much in today's times. And really, the pandemic has shown this to us in a very, very large way. Yeah? This is not the only thing you have today. We never thought about virtual field trips earlier, but today you have virtual field trips. You have school in a box. So where children cannot reach out or cannot attend classes, the books, everything with CDs is sent to children in a box, and you are able to study at your own leisure, at your own time, with recordings, with the books, with everything on your own. Assessments and exams are being conducted online. For so many years, we've been trying to do this, and everyone thought, how is this going to be possible? But it is possible. You work around it. When a problem comes onto you, you think of the possibilities, and it is possible. And we saw these out-of-the-box solutions during the pandemic. And I think the field of education deserves a huge round of applause. All educators need this for coming up with these solutions. So if educators can think out of the box, I'm sure they can educate children too to think out of the box in all career lines and in all spaces. So one of the things that we need to do is we don't just need to think out of the box, we need to think like there is no box, and there shouldn't be. So as youngsters, that box is never there for us, but as adults, we build those boxes around us. I think we should not build these boxes and allow children to have their space. And this is the future of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What a wonderful session. What a wonderful, innovative, very, very engaging session. Wonderful. Deepa Bhushanji, I just wish to know a little more about your school, the CP Goenka International School in Mumbai. Could you say a few words about it? Because I'm meeting you for the first time. I've never heard you before. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the CP Goenka International Schools are under the trusteeship of Mr. Sandeep Goenka and Mrs. Archana Goenka.
Okay.
The best thing about the school and their vision is to ensure that the child is at the center of everything that we do. So learning in the school is not only academic, but looks at the complete personality development of the child in all domains.
Okay.
Each and every domain of their coming up. And it's not about them just dealing with their careers or academics, but it's also about dealing with life, which is taught to the children. So learning is very hands-on, experiential, value-based, every element, and very contemporary. So to deal with today's time, so it's also about dealing with, the 21st century skills in its truest format is looked after in the school. And that is something that we are working with.
It's still what standard, ma'am?
12th.
It's still 12th. Is it
yes, so we have 5 schools.
Okay.
Yeah, with different boards.
And
CBSE,
they all,
ICSE, IGCSE.
They all are in Mumbai?
Mumbai and Pune.
Mumbai and Pune. You're in Maharashtra means. Okay.
Correct.
Mumbai and Pune. Great. And these all 5 schools are up to +2?
Not all of them. Some are still moving there.
Okay. Great. Great. Finally, what would you like to tell today's parents and today's children? For youth, you have given so many things. What would you like to tell the parents before we wind up this session?
Well, I'd like to first say, and this is something that we always feel, is parents need to understand that, we all want to give our children a good life and the very best. There is no doubt about it. But also allowing children to be in their own spaces, as well as allowing them to deal with their failures in a positive manner, uh, making them understand that there are challenges and how you can deal with them, I think will help their children to deal with a life in a better way. Because we see even young children today talking about stress, not able to deal with life. If someone tells them anything, they get upset. They find it difficult to deal with failure also. So, to make our children strong internally is something that the parents need to strongly look at. To a great extent, we see that the school has currently become, earlier, to some extent, it was the second home, but now we see that the school is also expected to be the first home. But we'd like the home to be the home. And I think parents are the first teachers of children, and they must understand that the impact that they have, and they are the role models. So children don't learn from what they say, but they learn from what they observe the parents doing. So re-looking at themselves, I think, is very important.
Yeah, they must have realized during this pandemic, because children are with their parents at home, and they must have tasted a wonderful different music, instrumental music, vocal music, and all kind of music. Because these kids, how teachers have to put in so much of efforts, how principals have to put in so much of efforts, the entire education fraternity. Otherwise, earlier they were depositing like ATM at 8 a.m. in the morning and picking up at 5 o'clock from a crutch in the evening. That's not done. If you have got the children to the world, you've got to be equally responsible with the education ecosystem, upbringing your children. It's a full-time commitment to bring children to the universe. I think parents got to understand that in totality, and this pandemic must have made everybody realize the best possible way. So with these words, our blessings to you. Thank you very much. It was wonderful. I think your slides were so engaging and they were so captivating. I enjoyed as a grandparent every child so well. God bless you, ma'am. And
thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And kindly just share your details before you leave, so that in the chat box you can, and we all can get across to each other in future. So ladies and gentlemen, with these words, let me just come to the another session today, and we are in the gallery view, and we are right over here. We have been joined, and all my distinguished guests, those are joining over here, I would request, when I'm introducing all of you, you kindly send across kind of a WhatsApp to all your teachers, and kindly send a WhatsApp to all your students, because we want maximum participation. I wanted to tell Deepa ma'am also before starting our session, but then there was a little spillover from the previous session. Now this is the last session before lunch, so I'm not worried that lunch is digital. So even if it is everybody will get their own time to talk, but we want something to come. So there has to be an active participation by your own teachers, by your own staff, by your own students, and all your faculty members. That's the way we should take the journey forward. So thank you very much, Deepa Bhushan ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Just move on to the next session now.
I'll take your leave.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Very kind of you. So now this session is very interesting, because we are going to talk about technology, and we are going to talk about youth. We are going to talk about the new education policy, how to make these India's youth future ready. Now, how we can make it ready, how much they are already ready, because they are using technology quite a bit. The new education policy, had it come in a normal pace, things would have been altogether different, but it has come like a tsunami. So if it has come like a tsunami, I would request all of you, kindly send across a WhatsApp to your vice principal, your whoever is the in charge, and let all your teachers, let all your staff members, let all your students participate. And when they come on the YouTube GS Motivator channel, it's right over here. I would request that they should, with their name, they should write where are they participating from, because it's a privilege. We are going to have the next session coming from different places. Okay. First of all, let me have We have got Professor Dr. K. Maran. He is the professor and director, Sai Ram Institute of Management Studies and Sri Sai Ram Engineering College. So when I talk about these two, it's very important to understand here because engineering and management both play very important role for all of us. So it's great. We extend a very hearty welcome to Professor Dr. K. Maran. We have also been joined by Dr. Saurabh Mittal. He has also joined over here, who is the area chairperson IT, GL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research from the Noida. We extend a very hearty welcome to him as well.
Thank you very much.
We have got Dr. Manisha Pathak. Yes, Dr. Manisha Pathak. She is the Director Academics, Parul University, Vadodara, that is in Gujarat. So it's a pleasure to have her with us. Then we have got Dr. Rupesh Vasani. Dr. Rupesh Vasani. He is a principal, SAL Education Campus, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Hearty welcome to you. Pleasure to have you with us. And Dr. Gundalapudi Kalyani ji, he is joining us from NA Besant Women Degree College, Hyderabad, Telangana. So we extend a very hearty welcome to all of them. Now, before I start the session, I would request we give you 2 to 3 minutes, each one of you, to please inform your faculty, inform your teacher, inform your students, reach out through your network. We want a very active participation. We don't want a dry webinar like people are conducting. I don't believe in that. We will give sufficient time to everybody. You all can put your point and perspective across, but we want a very active participation from your faculty and your students. For that matter, kindly just text on your own WhatsApps that your principal, your teachers and your faculty members and your students, they should come live on the chat box of YouTube, GS Motivator. We want an active participation and we will have a reward this afternoon. Let's have some reward because this session is going to be before lunch. There has to be a reward because nothing is free in this world. If Brahma has also sent across to us, Brahma expects that every day we go in the morning to the temple and we bow our head right before him and we tell God, we are so grateful to you, thankful to you. You have sent us to this universe. Give me one more day to live. So every day we have to go. So nothing is free in this world. So this session is also not free of cost. Any college, any institution which will bring maximum participation in this particular session will get 5,000 rupees cash award from this session. And that will go to the student and faculty, not to the directors and principals. You will watch and your teachers and your students should enjoy. We want maximum participation coming across because there is no fun if there is no audience. Even if you bring Amitabh Bachchan in any session and if there is nobody in the audience, then you don't enjoy that particular session. You got to have active participation in session. Okay. Please do write your institutions also so that we should know that you're joining from where. Whether you're coming from Noida, Uttar Pradesh, you're coming from Chennai, you're coming from Vadodara, you're coming from Ahmedabad, or you're coming from Telangana. We would like to have everybody. Binder Mastri ji, good afternoon to you also. You have put, but kindly put it over there. Where are you from? Because that would be a pleasure. We would like to have active participation because so many Zooms are going on, so many Microsoft channels and so many Cisco channels and so many Google channels are going on and so many deliberations are going on. We need ultimately who is the beneficiary, who is going to enjoy the session, who is going to be benefited from that. That is something very important. Session should not be conducted. So we send our warm greetings to everyone in India from Singapore. We are very happy and great pleasure to have all of you together on this platform. And let me introduce the new education policy. When we talk about new education policy, that means the new education policy 2020 of India, which has been given on 29th of July in India at 4 p.m. by the Honorable Prime Minister and the Education Minister. So our greetings and regards to everybody in India. Wonderful, it's a pleasure. Now there are 4 key points which are going to be the new education policy to make India's youth future ready. Great. I wish to share world across everybody. There are 37 sector skill councils in India. We all should know. There is a separate ministry in India which is named as Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. We are dealing with the NSDC. We are dealing with all the sector skill councils. We are dealing with the ministry. We have already done the programs with the Health Sector Skill Council. Then we came to the Wellness Sector Skill Council. Then we came to Entrepreneurship Sector Skill Council. And now we are with the Media Entertainment Sector Skill Council. Great. Now, moving ahead, there are 4 areas. How to integrate technology. I think it is already integrated in a beautiful way. But some innovative pedagogies, we will talk this afternoon, what all is going to be there. Scope and sequence of digital content. Scope and sequence, both are very important. What is the scope of the digital content? And then what is the sequence of digital content? Then comes hands-on learning. Yes. Now, last session we heard, let us not talk about teaching, let's talk only about learning. That is something very important. Education is now becoming learning centric. Everything is learning centric. And the last is scope of online certification. Talking about it, very important. We have to understand over here what is the scope of online. That is how we can basically, collaborate with each other, whether intra or inter or regional or national or international. And abroad, as we are dealing with the non-resident Indians, as we are dealing with our chamber is directly in touch with about 12,000 educators world over. Those are professors, those are associate professors, lecturers, and they're dealing into different fraternity across. When you talk about different continents, in all continents, the people those are teaching, we are in touch with them. And every evening, we get you wonderful deliberations with the non-resident Indian. Today is Saturday. In India, when it will be 8 p.m., you can have a live session with the non-resident Indians from abroad today also. That is at 8 p.m. Today, we are in the Middle East. Tomorrow, Sunday evening, we are taking you to the United States. Modi ji, when he had come to Houston, and that is the Howdy Modi session which was taken place. So the professor who were involved in all the arrangements over there, tomorrow evening you will have live from Houston, Texas, 8 p.m. straightway coming live on the session. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Dr. Saurabh Mittal to moderate this particular session, to take on the floor and work out. And I would like to listen. I would like to enjoy the session. But in between, I'll keep coming if I do not find active participation from audience on the YouTube channel, because world over, 152 advisors and presidents of education from the different countries on my WhatsApp group. They are with me and they are watching this particular program, what's happening in India and what exactly is done for the youth and how we are proceeding. With these words, welcome to all of you, and I request Mr. Saurabh Mittal to kindly take on this session forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Gulshan Sharma, for providing this platform to all of us to deliberate upon this very pertinent issue and a very, very important matter for Indian citizens that we, as a nation, we have a new education policy in place after a big gap of around 36 years. So the world has changed. We have been using internet for the last 20 years, and these 20 years, the teaching learning pedagogy in the schools, colleges, and even for the executives, working executives who are going for further certifications, that has actually seen a tremendous change. Today, everybody is talking about some special certification that might be coming from Simplilearn, Coursera, or there are so many other platforms. Even for the school level kids, we are having various platforms like your Byju's is there, then Vedantu is there, and so many other platforms are actually coming into fold. So these platforms, whether it is for the school kids or for the higher education, they are actually dependent upon technology. And in fact, we have seen many unicorns that are coming up in this ed tech domain in India. So Byju's has actually shown the path, and many other platforms are now following the integration of technology into their educational deliberations. So let us first start with our panel discussion with new education policy and how it is merging education with technology. So there are certain areas that government has actually tried to cater. For example, they are talking about the higher education institutions to set up their startup incubation centers and the technology development centers. As well as there has been one mention that the National Research Foundation will also be established. So these are the initiatives that are going to result into the research cultivation, that culture has to be developed in the higher education institutions. So the purpose of higher education institutions should not be only to impart the knowledge, but it should be to create the knowledge also. So this kind of initiative that will be actually supported with technology also. Next, if I say about the administration of education also, the creation of academic bank of credit, that will be digital platform in which the student, as they progress in their academic journey, they can earn the credits, and over a period of time, they can actually apply for certifications and the degrees to be awarded by the higher education institutions. So government is actually focusing upon utilizing the technology so that they can ensure efficiency and transparency of the regulatory bodies also. Starting with the State School Standards Authority, Higher Education Commission of India, as well as so many other major councils and bodies which are existing. So this initiative that I could see that can actually bring major transformations. It can make this education world more digitally enabled. So this can actually transform the overall landscape of higher education in India. I would like to invite Dr. K. Maran to actually start with his deliberation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, one and all present here. My fellow colleague, the panel moderator, the organizer. I think today, during this pandemic period, or even the earlier period, or the post-pandemic period, every individual must think about they themselves, he himself. So the thinking is something different for our growth, for our development. So in this aspect, today the Government of India, Ministry of Higher Education, Honorable Prime Minister introduced the National Education Policy 2020. The major agenda of the National Education Policy, the gross enrollment ratio, which is increased to 50% by 2035. Now the gross enrollment ratio in higher education is only 29%, for which the policy, the regulations and mechanism supporting for the performance of youth and also future India. In what way the national education policy is supporting for our youth, for our country, for our society? So in our national education policy, especially in the area of higher education, the interdisciplinary education is one of the most powerful tool to change of my students' mind. This is one of the most important weapon to change of my students' mind. What we are doing in our higher education system, when students are doing social science, humanities, they're never bothering about the technologies. At the same time, the students pursuing technology programs, the science-oriented programs, they're totally forgotten about the social, psychology, humanities, ethicals, and so on. So for this kind of issues, the interdisciplinary educations, technology-based educations, always supporting for our student communities. That's why they introduce the interdisciplinary educations. Even the history students can do the computer system or information system. Even the artificial intelligence must understanding the social value, cultural values, ethical values. Unless otherwise, we never do anything. So the interdisciplinary educations are very, very powerful part of change of my world, change of my systems, change of my country. In addition to this, the students' design thinking, the critical thinking, problem solving skills, aptitude. So these are the very, very important criteria or tools or factors which are highly influence of my student's mind to change, not only himself, others. And also he would realize about who am I, what I'm doing. So in this holistic education system, what I believe, what I trust, you must understanding about you, about your strength, about your attitude, about your ability, about your caliber, about your credentials. At the same time, you try to find out what is others' views, what is others' strength, what is in their others' mind, what is in others' mind. So this is very, very important. Even in this technology era, for the past 5 years or 7 years, I'm watching the Ministry of Higher Education, All India Council of Technical Educations, and many private universities and IITs. Almost all of them focused to startup. Where you can start up, how you can start up, when you can start up. Without wake up, you cannot start up. Without wake up, you cannot start up. So for which you must understanding the impact of entrepreneurships, the role of entrepreneurs, the role of product development, the role of design thinking, the role of problem solving skills. What I'm saying, this startup, which is not only for the technical based education system, the startup not only for technical based education system, even for arts and science students or the diploma levels, the ITI levels, the social students, everyone can start their own business, for which we need to change only the student's mind. The student's mind is very, very important. Take for instance, Hong Kong or Singapore. Most of the citizens are running business. Even Singapore, there is no technology. There is no technologies, just they borrowing technology from other countries, including the digitals and some other manufacturing or agro, anything. But they are successfully running their own business. The ultimate aim of every country is to sustain in terms of economy, in terms of per capita income, in terms of people happiness index, where you can give all these things. So the national education policy, which brings all your values in our life. So take for instance, nowadays, the startup, the government of India initiating the startup. Already the foreign universities started, almost all universities, foreign university students believe the startup or entrepreneurs, one of the best solutions in their education system. But today in Indian education system, if you are graduates, you are working only, you are eligible for the corporate as an employee. You never become an employer. But today the educational concept always insisting of my young minds, how to be an entrepreneur. In what way you should be an entrepreneur? What is the impact of the entrepreneur? So for which technology is one of the major parts. Apart from the technologies, the people mindset is very, very important. We try to change the people mindset. That's what the engineering students do the sociology, psychology, management concept, ethical concept. The management students or the science students or psychology students would be able to understanding the impact of the digitals. In what way I can use the digitals or internet for my business or my personal perspectives. So this is what I'm saying. I think the holistic education, value education is also there. Then technical based education also there. Almost all technical based institutions now they have started to teaching or tell about the entrepreneurship started. For which the major things, innovations, the design thinking, the problem solving. Many engineering colleges in India and also many higher education institutions, they are motivating students how to start up their business, where to, then how, what is the innovation concept, the problem solving skills. So you need to motivate our students to take part various business model, product models, technology feasibilities, and also the market feasibilities. So these are all the very important part. But what we are teaching for engineering students, we are teaching only the core subjects. How many marks, what is the CGP you can score? No need to bothering up your marks. You should be worried about only your mind. Mind only a matter. Mark is not a criteria. You should change of mind with the technologies. Even I would like to share one small example. The recent digital based technologies startup, the recent startup in India, the recent startup in the world, more than 65% of the startup, which is purely based with a digital based organization, technology based organizations. Even the startup business people, the age group less than 35 to 25 age, all of them youth, all of them young. So there are so much of opportunities in the world. There are so much of opportunities in India. So the education system should be changed. I hope the national education policy supporting for entrepreneurs, supporting for startup, supporting for technology, supporting for the country, supporting for the community, supporting for the economy. So everything is there, logistics. So there are n number of parameters, not only in higher education, 50%. Now today, the government of Tamil Nadu, we have already reached 49% gross enrollment ratios in higher education. Even the secondary educations, now the government of India, 2030, 100% enrollment. 2025 to 30, 100% enrollment in secondary school educations. So apart from that, they introduced the entry-exit model. The first year you are discontinued diploma, second year you are discontinued PG diploma, first year discontinued certification courses. Third year if you are discontinued, PG diploma courses. So in addition to this, what they are saying is, I think the infrastructure, the teachers are very important. Without the teachers, we can't do anything. Even you could see the Google. Nowadays, the students, what they are doing, in Tamil, Mada, Bida, Guru, Devam. But today, what they are saying is Mada, Pida, instead of Guru, Google. Google can give all these things. I believe, I trust. I also using the Google today. At the same time, the Google never teach you that value. My dear friends, Google never teach that values, culture, customs, behavior, relationship, ethicals, where you can get it only from the teachers. So the teachers' quality is very important in the competitive market, in the global scenario, where we are ranking in our world quality standard institutional ranking. India is what 174th rank out of various countries institutions. 174th rank, IIT Mumbai. Then next one is 181. Even not only world ranking, even the Asia continent, Asian quality standard ranking, the Indian institutions comes under this 29th rank. National University Singapore is a first rank. The nanotechnology is second rank. The third one is Hong Kong universities. Fourth one is Chinese universities, Korean universities, Japanese universities. What we are doing, we are spending billions of dollars. The Ministry of HRD is spending billions of dollars. Where we are going, what we are doing. So we need to realize all these things. So you must understanding what is my quality of my faculty members. The quality of the faculty is very, very important. Without quality, we can't do anything. Even in terms of research, the recent survey, the China is #1 country. Last year, China is #1 country. The second one is US. Third one is Japan. So there are n number of issues. I hope the national education policy always supporting to sort out this kind of issues very short span of period. They have framed a very excellent education policy, though some of issues in that areas. But most of the component, most of the factors which are highly influenced and always supporting for our quality educations. Chances to sustaining in the world market. Sustaining the world market. Policy alone never stand our life, never lift our life. When you are implement the policy, formulating policies, how to execute the policy, the implementation level of the policies. At the same time, review your policy, review your progress or strategies, growth. So we need to grow. In what way we need to grow? Faculty, very important. The environment is very, very important. Then students also very important. Without students, we can't do anything. The students' quality is very, very important. The students' involvement very, very important. The students, what intuit they themselves, how to equip they themselves, how to shaping they themselves. The teacher's role also very important. The institution role also very important. But the student's mind is very, very important. But today, the student's mind, where they are speaking, where they are interacting, how they are interacting, the interaction level of the students between one student to other student, between the faculty and students is very, very difficult to task.
Yes.
So how to do all these things as a teacher, even the climate is not good, the environment is not good, policy is not good. If the teacher think like this, if teachers want to do something, definitely I can able to do all these things. Even the technologies or not technologies, I try to change off my students' mind. The mindset level is very, very important. Unless otherwise, we never change anything in the world with this. Thank you.
Dr. Maran, big thanks for picking up so many points which are very much relevant in today's scenario when we are actually facing the time of lockdown, especially in the education domain, because the rest of the industries are opening up and the students and faculty members are normally they are sitting in their home and they are trying to do the teaching learning process with the help of technology only. I would like to also mention that this new policy that is actually recognizing the challenges which are coming because of the artificial intelligence and how it can be actually bringing those disruptions into the teaching learning process. So what has been done, the National Educational Technology Forum has been given the task that they can identify and categorize what are the emergent technologies on the basis of how they can actually contribute, what kind of potential and estimated time frame is there for the disruption to happen. And when you rightly pointed out that the teachers have to be empowered, then definitely technology is actually coming into picture. Because what used to happen previously, that we teach in the classroom for one semester or one full year, and when the final examinations are over, only then the teacher comes to know how much the student has learned, what is the grasping power of that student, or there was any need to change my teaching pedagogy, or I need to bring some more examples into my classroom, or what needs to be done. But today what is happening, because of the learning analytics that is being enabled with the help of technology, so the teachers are getting to know live what is happening in the classroom, maybe in the virtual classroom itself. So they are able to assess the performance of their students. In fact, these app-based learning platforms, they are checking the progress of the students or the candidate as they move through, how much of the time a particular candidate is spending on a particular screen. On the basis of that, they are given some additional content, right? So that kind of analytics and the disruptions are there that are actually going to change the teaching learning process in this post-COVID era also and the near future as well. Now I would like to invite Dr. Manisha Pathak to deliberate upon her. She is the Director of Academics from Parul University. Madam, you are welcome to please deliberate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saurabh. Warm greetings from Parul University and Vadodara, Gujarat. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this session for conceptualizing wonderful topic for today's discussion, that what are the mentions in NEP 2020 to make the future youth ready. So I must first say that we are fortunate to be in present era, where we are visualizing the new policy which has come after a long time being compiled, okay, being launched, and now it is at the verge of being implemented. So we being educationists, we all are the stakeholders, and therefore we share a responsibility to see that it is being launched successfully. And therefore this discussion is really going to be very helpful to ensure all the educationists that it is implemented in its best way. NEP 2020, it shares the first and foremost thing that we need to teach the learner. We are going to teach them so much of theories and postulates, but important is we need to teach our learner how to learn. Our learners are failing how to learn. We need to teach our future learner to be critical in thinking, be innovative in thinking, out of box in thinking. So how? NEP is very much giving provision to ensure all this. It has made its way flexible in choosing subjects. It has broken the walls of the initial impartation was there, 10+2 strategy was there, and now it is 5+3+3+4. So the NEP is giving vast flexibility in choosing subjects, right? And it is emphasizing more on the, it is not emphasizing on marks based, on potential based. Students are free to choose the subjects from the hardcore subjects, pure subjects, plus the applied subjects. Now, the first and foremost point which sir had shared, that how to integrate technology. We are talking so much that we are in a digital world, right? Our Honorable Prime Minister Modi, he has also given wave to this digital era by launching the digital campaign in 2015, right? So we are using technology so much, but how to integrate it? It's a big question, million-dollar question. So I have a few suggestions. I feel that we can integrate technology first and foremost by orientation. You will find it very simple, but it's very important. We need to orient all the stakeholders, right from our teachers, may they be at any level, to the educational leaders, policymakers. Okay, they have given the policy. Now we need to orient them that what are the mentions in the policy, what we need to make it integrate the digital technology. We need to orient the teachers, and thereby we need to create awareness regarding what are the different digital platforms available. And that can be done through professional development programs. We need to thoroughly train our teachers, make them digital literate. And by making them digital literate, empowering our teachers only, we can educate well the learners at different levels. And I find the inability of the teachers to integrate the technology in their day-to-day class may be a major hurdle to make our learner future ready. Therefore, my appeal to the entire educational fraternity is that you conduct professional development program, okay, and you motivate, encourage your teachers to learn different digital gadgets, e-tools, whereby they can make the learning sessions interactive, and they can invite their learners to give an access to the vast knowledge which is there in the digital world. Our learners' favorite gadget is mobile. It is their best entertainment gadget. Now it is a challenge to the teacher how they can make it the best learning tool, right? So I feel that we can integrate technology by creating orientation, awareness among the teacher, and empowering teacher. When we empower teacher, they will give the right knowledge at the right time to our learner. So NEP says that there should be periodic professional development programs for the teachers, and not only for the teachers, for also educational leaders, because for integrating technology, we will need technological infrastructure. So the educational leaders should ensure that there is quality digital infrastructure, high speed internet access 24/7, good gadgets. Okay, teachers are made available with the latest configuration gadgets, and they are taught how to use this. Because if these basic things are not done, we cannot. I'm thinking about the students who are in the remote areas. they also need to be connected, and their weapons, their connector are our teachers. So this digital literacy is the most important thing. Another thing that was mentioned that we should discuss about is what is the scope and sequence. Sir was telling that what is the scope and sequence of digital content. So digital content, we can say any content that is developed using technology is a digital content, right? So there is a vast library of this digital content online also. But as a wise educator, they should see that is it really worth sharing with that? So NEP says that the digital content can be exercised at the school level through the platform of Diksha. Our government has launched the platform of Diksha. Okay, it is a digital infrastructure sharing platform, and it is specially for the school students. So all the syllabus, ALID, all the information is compiled in this Diksha platform, and there is an app which our teachers can download the app, and they can, as and when they feel, they can retrieve information and they can share with the students. So what is required is we need to orient our teachers and make them aware that such platforms are there. We need to teach them that how they can use these platforms and make best use of that to connect the students with the available digital knowledge source. Likewise, for higher education also, there are this content platforms like Swayam. Okay, for higher education. So the teachers can make their own e-content. In our Parul University, I must say, I'm really proud to share that our teachers are making their own e-content. They're developing for entire syllabus, their e-content they are developing, and they are launching it. So if it is a very good e-content, we can launch on the platforms of Diksha or Swayam, and thereby we can reach a wider student fraternity, right? So this is what we have to do, that in the best possible way, explaining it, integrating the digital animations, videos. Okay, we are also conducting experiments on this. Pandemic has not stopped us from doing anything, conducting experiments also. So we need, if we are orienting and empowering teachers with this, we can share the digital content also with the learners.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next important point that we need to focus is on hands-on learning. I would like to share a famous quote by Sir Confucius. He said that if I see, I forget. If I hear, I remember. And if I do, I understand. It's a wonder of doing. So even if we are virtually meeting the student these days, or we may meet face to face, we need to inculcate this value of understanding among learners. How? By exposing them to such learning experiences which help them to understand, do and understand the moment they perform, right? So for that, our teacher needs to plan and think beforehand. And for that, we need to empower our teacher. So I feel that hands-on learning can be done by giving them experiential learning, okay? By giving them constructivistic learning experiences, where we are a facilitator. The teachers, the educators, the knowledge makers are the facilitators. And the learners are students by themselves. This learning, it will sustain till life. So I feel hands-on learning can be done by developing more and more experiential learning experiences. And this cannot happen suddenly. It needs to be planned, it needs to be trained, and it needs to be sequentially introduced in the class. And the last point that was for the discussion was scope of online certification. We are in the era of digital learning, where we are blessed to have ample number of online certification programs. There is a well-known saying in our Gujarati. It is said that Je bhane te bhanave. That means one who learns only can teach. So we cannot say I'm a professor, I am a PhD holder, I am having a number of degrees, I can walk in the class and deliver. No, we as educationists are shouldering terrible responsibility, tremendous responsibility, because we are shaping the future youth, the global citizens that we are having to nurture and generate, right? NEP says that we need to have global education, global citizens. And to generate global citizens, my appeal to dear teacher fraternity, please keep learning, lifelong learning. That is what NEP tells very strongly. And that is possible by this online certification, right? MOOC. Massive open online courses. There are vast numbers, sir rightly said in beginning, that there are massive open online courses and number of courses, certification programs are there. What we require to do is we need to orient our teachers. We need to time and again periodically emphasize that they need to do it. Something with compulsion comes, then they enjoy and it becomes natural, right? Maybe with students or teacher. So online certification, its impact is immense. We need to do it. We need to motivate the students and learners to do that. In our Parul University, our students, along with regular learning, they are doing successfully online courses through NPTEL, where so many technological programs are there, where they can get certification. Through Swayam also they are doing, Coursera, and numbers of there are there. So there the learner can learn at their pace, at their ease, at their time, and can get add-on knowledge. Moreover, they can refer this knowledge, this source of knowledge, as many as time they want. So it is really a boon in present era, online certification, along with face-to-face or virtual learning. So I feel that NEP has vast scope, and we as stakeholders in our own capacity should do all our best to ensure that it is implemented in the right way, because its impact will go on the society, and we are going to nurture the citizens who are going to impact the society. So my appeal to everyone that we may understand it well and do all our best to implement it to its very best.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for sharing your wonderful thoughts and stressing upon the need for empowering the teachers, giving them special motivation and providing them the facilities, providing them the training, as well as you discussed about the digital infrastructure. I would like to mention that in new education policy, there has been a major thrust that has been given on digital infrastructure and the development of online teaching platforms and tools also. So this particular policy also talks about development of those virtual labs and digital repositories where you can have the education material and the students can access to it. In fact, not only students, but the teachers can also go there and they can refer to the content that is being prepared by others. So this kind of revolutionary platforms, they are going to provide plethora of opportunities to learn. And as rightly mentioned by Dr. Maran also, that we are talking about a multidisciplinary education system where students can pick and choose the courses from different domains. So this kind of platform will provide opportunity that students will get access to different kind of quality content that has been created. Also, this particular policy talks about establishing the standards for the content generation and the technology and pedagogy for the online teaching and learning process. So major research, innovation, and the technology integration is required so that we can develop that high quality, good standard quality content, which will be utilized not only in school education, but for the higher educational institutions and the executive education also. With this, I would like to now welcome Dr. Rupesh Vasani from SAL Education Institution to please come forward and discuss.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for giving me an opportunity. It's a very rightly topic being selected for the discussions, national education policy. So the one thing for the sound education, for the betterment of the future of the student, we require a sound education. The topics it has been covered. For example, in one of the school, I'd asked the student, what is the color of the sky? And Dr. Saurabh, answer is obviously everybody will say, it's a blue. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So everybody says the blue. But one of the student, school, I'm talking about the school guy, he asked me the question, okay, sir, at what time you are asking? If you are asking at the night, the color of the sky is different. If you are asking in the morning, it's a different. If you are asking in the afternoon, it's a different. So second question, it was asked by the same student, okay, sir, in which season you are asking? If you are asking in the summer, it's different. If you are asking in the monsoon, it's different. And if you are asking in the winter, it's different. So we want the education in such a way, that it gives a very, very nice and sound education student. In the morning, literally, I was very happy by listening the lecture of Dr. Marwa, and the statistical data he has given was excellent, the superb and very, very impressive. And definitely through your platform or a media will interact or will call Dr. Marwa also. So secondly, this online everything is going on, that's fine. But have you thought of it in 2021, 22, when the actual physical offline classes start? What will be the importance of this whole? Will be able to continue this or not? The digital part or the digital campaigning given by the Honorable Prime Minister, sir, and that the benefit at present what we are taking. So seeing the future of digital campaigning, that's fine, we are taking. But what will be the importance or the impact of this virtual what we are doing at present? Definitely we'll take the benefit of it. Say if it's online is fine, but for virtual, this offline, and definitely will be having an attendance of your this conference or the seminar, be visiting Delhi or Bombay, whatever the place you have been selected for this. So that's the whole scenario. But I'm talking about worried about the future of 21, 22 when the actual offline starts. What will be the scenario? 2020 really it's a very interesting year for us because as a part of being a teacher, we have been shifted from blackboard to broadband. It has been totally same what B2B in the morning. It has been mentioned by this Sharma Sahab ki it's back to basics. So same way in educational or in teachers forum, we can say B2B is a blackboard to broadband. Virtual internship being already started from our side, and everything is going to the virtual. If you see the total cancellation of the students from India to abroad, the higher studies, there's a cancellation is only 5.4%. Everybody is waiting. The optic, I think how many, almost 85% is, the 15% is opted for only online. The rest, everybody has opted for the hybrid teaching. So that's fine, that integration of, no doubt we had learned a lot being a senior professor also, which we were not habitual of this type of online and everything, but we had learned a lot for the same. Same way, the digital infrastructure, it should also be because now little bit 50% will shift to save the economic and this monetary part from the corporate sector, and this is the only way that you can save the economy as far as the corporate is concerned. So I think 50% should be the same thing. And I think so it's very nice, you can't propose it digitally to a girl. You have to be face to face. You have to interview. It's not possible to propose a girl digitally, right? So face to face again will play an important role. We should be again back to basics. That's true. A very very nice. When 2008 there was an attack at the Taj Mahal Hotel. The thing is that there were total 600 staff members. So how the technology also again play a role. 2008 during this 26/11, 600 staff members. Nobody ran from their places. So there was a big party going on, and there was a farewell of one of the CEO, and immediately staff, the floor manager came, and he told that just please go down and sleep on the floor. And there is some disturbance in the hotel, and it goes, I think, for a night or so. So that was the one part. The second part was given to the operator, telephone operator. He immediately instructed to each and every room occupied by a customer that please switch off your phone, swipe, take it your card, swipe card, and as soon as you go out, please switch your this passage lights also. So there was a continuous phone call from room operator. Everything was maintained digitally through their monitoring, through a CCTV camera and everything, right? After all this, there were 600 staff members. And after all the event was over, there was an interview taken by one of the Harvard professors. And he told that you have selected 600 staff members. Unless and until the last customer was out of the hotel, then all 600 staff members, they have evacuated through the fire brigade men. So what was the reason that nobody has thought of himself, herself, or their family members? Only the one HR head, he has told that we had gone with the attitude of the particular member, that what we have selected. We haven't seen that credential, we haven't seen that mark sheets, we haven't seen that number, that university first or university second, though the weightage was given. But secondly, the attitude of that particular person, of that particular selected guy, that how is attitude with the human being, how is attitude with the principals. Nowadays, that is what you can say. If you listen to any of the guy in absence, he will narrate the name of the professor or the principal by his name only, not as a professor or a teacher or a son like that. So the attitude towards the principal, towards the teacher, the respect towards the parents, the respect towards all the senses they have covered with it, right? So multidisciplinary again plays a very vital and a great role for the selection of this. For that, the education imparted, it should be with all the multi-directional, is a holistic approach, holistic development of the student. Secondly, same way to percolate the downsteps, the teaching or the teacher, it should be trained very well. So professional development program, or not only the teaching, but all the ethics, all the values, it should be given, it should be taught to the particular respective teacher, so he can percolate, he can impart the same, he can teach the same to the students also. So as you have mentioned, that National Education Technology Forum, I think it's articulate new direction for research and innovation. It envisions strategic thrust areas in the domain and build intellectual and institutional capacity. These are the main functions being given to NETF, and which gives the balance between the technical skills and the soft skill. And lastly, all the 3D and 7D, everybody has talked about the virtual this teaching, learning, and etc. Virtual labs is already there by government, is given online platform by Swayam, Diksha, the content creation, and important is the blended mode of learning. Recently, in one of the school, I'm giving the example, the topic being taught through a drama. In this virtual platform, it has been taught to a drama, giving a task to one of the student or a group of the student. After a week, you have to play this drama. And based on the drama is for example, Ramayana, for example, a Gita or a Mahabharata. So he is giving the example like this. And based on the drama performed by the students, he is explaining the each and every topic of the subjects. So it's an excellent transformation from, otherwise, say, this is the plus point. Otherwise, it won't be possible in offline classes. So the preparation of the students, otherwise after 10:30 or 11, they're free, they do whatever they wanted. But the preparation of this blended learning course, it's a blended learning course. So it's a very, very nice example of it. And the scope of this online certification, it's obviously it's a cheaper, you can go with it. But again, digitally, that's why the importance, because previously, before this COVID, the importance of the online certification or the online classes or the online course or on the online degree, it was not much more valuable. Now it has been valuable due to this COVID, but what will be after this COVID? Okay? And all the startups and everything, that's fine, as government is promoting for this startups and everything. But generally what we have faced the problem that the student during their pre-final year, they start with the project. And as soon as they start with their projects, it complete in the type of a prototype model at the end of their 8th semester or the end of their final year. They don't want to wait till it goes to the market, because from prototype to the market, it would take almost 1 to 1.5 years. So they don't want to wait for it. So ultimately, they will leave their project as it is, and they will go for the either higher studies, or they will go for the job. So this is a situation what we are facing at present. It generally happens. Everybody says or not, but it generally happens. Okay, this is the situation. We have been stuck up. So ultimately, but government is trying a very hard for taking this model, prototype model, to a real market, to the it's a product based, and they can start this, they can start their own business of the startup. So these are my certain views, but offline also it's an important hybrid, offline and online. Now it's a time for this hybrid, offline and online. Right? Fine. Thanks for giving an opportunity. Very.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks a lot.
It was wonderful to learn so many ideas and get to know your perspective on experience for the students. Definitely, there are so many opportunities and challenges also. So some of the recent statistics, they are saying that India is now having more than 743 million users who are on the internet. But side by side, we also need to check that when we are talking about technology integration into higher education institution and the key focus areas for the new education policy, we need to keep in mind that the gap between the rural versus urban is actually diminishing now. The rural class is actually moving very, very fast towards internet adoption, but the challenge remains that the major device for the internet access for our rural users, that remains mobile phone. Also, there are some areas in the nation which are not able to have that electricity regularly available for the students. And second thing, the affordability of the digital devices, whether it is computer systems, laptops, tablets, and mobile phones, that also remains a challenge. Because the kind of learning and the kind of experience that a student can get on a laptop or desktop, that is not comparable on the smartphones, because smartphone having their own limitation of the screen size, they may not be providing that kind of experience to the students. So the digital infrastructure that needs to be in the center of government policies. So India campaign, providing the Wi-Fi access to the people in all the parts of the country, that is one. The second part remains about the technology availability to the people. So the devices and the content both need to be emphasized upon. I would like to invite my fellow panelists to deliberate upon major concerns and how the government can actually move it further. Dr. Manisha Pathak, would you like to deliberate upon this?
Thank you, sir. Major concern, if we see in present era, we find our learner, our youth a bit lost. So the NEP, as it says, that we need to inculcate among our youth ethical values. We want that our youth should become ethical, rational, compassionate, and caring. This is going. So somewhere our education in past has been failed to inculcate these important values. So I feel that we need to focus on making our youth work on his self-development. He should he should stick to the roots and touch the sky. So these can be inculcated through the family, and secondly through the educational organizations. We need to inculcate them how to keep them fit, which they are not doing. Yeah. So through flexibility, through our educational plans, through our educational experiences, if we can deviate the youth to the right track where they develop themselves and thereby they develop the attitude to contribute to the society. We want them to contribute and add to the values of the organization, of their family, and make them proud. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So the value-based education and inculcating values is important as per you. Side by side, we should also discuss that this new education policy, which is talking about digital and technology integration into the higher education, that is not for today only. It is about the near future as well. So today we are struggling with internet speed. we might be having certain issues related to the technology availability or the websites or the platforms that need to be developed, that we are talking about for knowledge sharing and the digital content availability to the people. But this new education policy is for the future as well. So maybe in the span of 2-3 years, 5 years, we will be having more platforms, more stress from the government, more push and motivation from the government might actually make the corporate more inclined toward development of the new platforms. So now I would like to invite Dr. K. Maran to speak about the need of digital infrastructure or any other suggestions that will help us in bringing technology into higher education within the framework that has been defined in new education policy. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think, of course, I'm really appreciating. I think the infrastructure is base for everything. Without infrastructures, we can't do anything. Even during this pandemic period, the consumption of internet, the bandwidth is really very great. At the same time, the government is more responsible to strengthen the infrastructure in terms of internet facilities in India. Even the recent survey, the internet facilities, the network facilities among the world, in the world, the various countries, India has got a 160 something rank because of populations and other things. So there we need to formulating very excellent policy to strengthen the quality of the internet facilities. Today we are talking about we are in metropolitan city or the urban areas. So network problem is not there. Where when you are teaching to student communities, the most of the students from rural, suburban, socially backward, economically backward, and geographical location something issues. So the internet facilities which are not support for them. So the government is more responsibilities. Even I would like to share something about artificial intelligence. So the artificial intelligence, what I'm saying, because contribute 30 to 40% of our government dream 5 trillion economic target. Artificial intelligence in the area of agriculture, healthcare, pharma sectors, and retail services, marketing areas. So we need to prepare our the human capability, technology availability, the human capability, and also the technology availability, the technology strength is very, very important. So the infrastructure is one of the base. Even any country, the general economical aspect, without infrastructures, we never attain anything. Where in this case of digital-based education system, we need to strengthen the technology. At the same time, the cost of technology is very, very powerful for us. The cost of technology. Take for instance, I would like to share my small experience. Sri Lanka is such a small country. When we reach there, when we are calling from Sri Lanka to India, the cost per call cost, how much, because the Indian rupees only 80 paisa. Indian rupees 80 paisa. Their cost 2 rupees something. But when we are calling from India to Sri Lanka, per call 6 rupees. Per call 6 rupees. 1 minute we are charging 6 rupees. But we are liberalized, we are in the privatizations, we are in the digital eras. What we are doing, we don't know. That's what I'm saying. The thing, still you are charging so much of money. Where is the infrastructures? What is infrastructures? So infrastructure only speak about the quality of the country. So this is the emerging area. The government should take precautionary measures to reach every citizen hand. People are using mobile. The internet facilities are very, very important. The bandwidth is very, very important. So the infrastructure is very, very important. What I'm saying, in our national education policy, the infrastructure is one of the most important project or agenda. Every educational institutions, most important agenda. Even the rural education. Today, the government of Tamil Nadu, Ministry of School Education introduced what even promise 7,000 government schools classroom should change into the digital classrooms. 7,000 schools, government schools. So like that, every state should change. So this is the situations. This is the problem. According to the problems, how to sort out the issues. So digital only solutions. Digital only solutions. Even the post-pandemic period, you can able to utilize this kind of infrastructure facilities for the betterment of student community. People are talking about online education system, the Coursera, etc., etc. Even my institutions, Soiram Engineering College students. In India, the largest number of courses, largest number of students pursued from Coursera, edX, SWAYAM, only one institution, Soiram Engineering College. Even my MBA faculty, more than 500 courses done it during this pandemic period. We encourage always the online educations. Even before the pandemic period, our institution started Google Classrooms, online classes, virtual learning, video discussions, and so on so. But this is the possibilities only where we try to find out. As educationalists, we try to find out education is equal to everyone. Education is reach every individual. Suppose the education is only for those who are having money, affordability people. So that is not education. So even the pandemic period, the World Health Organizations, what they predicted, in South Asia, South Asian countries, East Asian countries, there more than 1 crore, I think 1 crore students, the children drop out their schools. Who are all affected? Especially the middle income based country, highly affected. Middle income country in the sense where they say because Thailand, India. Thailand, India. I think only these two countries are highly affected. So if students, the children are not possible to get educations, where it will affect, after 10 years, 20 years, which will really create lot of problems in the society. So wherever the problems, whatever the problems, who are affected, there we need to rectify the issues. So infrastructure is one of the most powerful component to sort out this kind of issues. I hope government allocate lot of budgets. The national education policy give all values for you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. One more area that I could find that is providing the content in regional languages or mother tongue that is also being provided, and there is a special mention in the new education policy also. And
Yes.
technology is actually providing that facilities, but that we as an educational institution, we may not be able to provide the content in the language of all the students who might be coming from maybe Tamil, Telugu, Gujarati, or maybe Hindi or English or whatever language. So technology is providing you facility that student can browse the content on the websites and they can download the content as per their own language. And one more area I would like to mention here, that is about the distance learning and open learning and online certification. So for that, government has also mentioned that online courses will be introduced by the higher educational institutions, and digital repositories will be created, and the funds will be specially allocated for research work. And this choice-based and credit-based education is also being launched. Students are being provided multiple exit programs. If student is not comfortable in one particular course, they can go for the different certification. They can exit after 1 year or 2 years. They can go back with a certificate or a diploma, or they can pursue their degree. And if they continue, they can go for a research program also. That will be the 4th year of their graduation. So these are some new dimensions that are actually giving new shape to the higher education system in India. So this time I would like to invite Dr. Vasani to please comment upon these important areas of higher education.
Yeah, you are rightly mentioned that in their own language they can have it, the content and everything. And as I have mentioned, that the development of the content plays a great role for the teacher. It's not like that everybody says that your salary is cut down as far as the teacher or the faculty member is concerned, but because the hard work and the preparation time during their stay at home for the online courses was much more than if they had been the physically or the offline. The teacher has content development time consuming much more, and the hard work, because learning the new thing and the preparation in such a way that they should in front of the students virtually, they should present the same as if they are on the side. It's not like a brick and mortar. To put a brick, then mortar, then brick and mortar. It's not like that. So they had also played a vital role, and definitely. But again, if you see the physically, the teachers and the students especially, they miss the school and the students also, they miss the college because the environment, what they get it related to the same. Though it's an online, that's true, but the physical fitness, if you see for the school children, if you see their eyes, if you see their ears, I think the problem has increased. Out of 10, almost 6 students has already started the problem for the headphone hearing and this eye problem. That's the reality. As far as the online and the distance learning course is concerned, no doubt the weightage should be given, but that should be a little bit of what you can say, you pizza base is your offline, and if you put a little bit toppings, that is your distance learning or the online courses, which will give your value to your education system, which gives some added stars to your education qualification. So obviously distance learning and online, it should be there, but for additional knowledge is a super speciality. If you are a doctor, the MBBS is there, specialized is there, but for super speciality, what the course is being done, that should be the same through the distance learning or the online courses, or they can do it during their job profile or during their working environment also. That it can be, because they can't, after they're starting the earning, they can't spare the time much more. But that distance learning and the online courses, that plays a greater vital role for their promotion of their own this educational qualification also, which will be helpful in their job or their business.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, I would like to mention that the policy document that notes the existence of all those challenges, all those limitations, but definitely there is a scope that the government as well as the higher educational institutions and corporate come together to find the solutions to all those major concerns that we have discussed in this panel discussion organized by ICSI and TUI News. So I would now request Dr. Gulshan Sharma to please conclude the session.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So wonderfully being conducted. First of all, my deepest thanks and gratitude to Dr. Saurabh Mittal. It was so beautifully, all the questions which you have taken up, all the related areas. And let me compliment Professor Maran, Dr. Manisha Pathak, Dr. Rupesh Vasani, all the inputs as a humble student I have taken from all of you. Maranji, your one coining I have taken today, which I'll use from today in all my presentation. Mata Pita Guru, uske baad Mata Pita Google. What you have given, that is something fantastic. I'm going to take it. Like Dr. Rupesh Vasani ji, what he told, what is the color of the sky? That was a laughter. That was a happiness. What time you are asking me this question? Because children are very innovative. Children are very creative. And we should not underestimate their knowledge. We should not. And something else, I'll go to Dr. Manisha Pathak a little later. Dr. Rupesh Vasani, you also made a mention, something very interesting. Although it's a very touchy moment when you talked about Taj Hotel, when you talked about that attack in Mumbai, that was my course mate's son. Oh. The general manager of that hotel, Mr. Kang. If you remember Karambir Singh's Kang, he is the general manager of that particular hotel. His wife and his 2 kids, he locked them inside to save the guest and to save everybody. And his wife's body and his children's body was beyond recognition. They were so charred and they were such in a bad shape. That can only come when you give values to your children. To become a general manager of a hotel, of a Taj, and taking care of those 600 guests and responsibility, what you're talking about, in books it is something, in practical life it is altogether different. That's why we got to take. And when you touch that point, something interesting comes to my mind, which I wish to share with all of us. And Dr. Saurabh Mittal ji, Dr. Manisha Pathak, Professor Moran, why are we not teaching our children disaster management in all schools, all colleges, all institutions? Why are we all the time completing syllabi, contents? We are worried about inspection. The cashew nuts got to be ready because tomorrow government team is coming for inspection. Tomorrow such and such government officials are coming and all. We are more worried about administrative arrangements than in actual. And Dr. Saurabh Mittal mentioned one point, and that I would like to take when I was reading His organization is Management and Research. Research is very deep concern today overseas, abroad. We got to emphasize more on research. Research which is related to our day-to-day living. Education got to have a relevance in my day-to-day life. Education should not be theoretical. Education should not be only for marks. Education should not be only for percentage. Education should not be only getting admission in a particular institution and all. I think the new education policy 2020 will bring a lot of changes in that. That's what is the need of the hour. Otherwise, parents are pressurizing, organizations are pressurizing. And you know, we are always worried about what percentage you are getting. You will not get admission over there if you don't score into this. And good, from the STEM, you are moving to the STEAM now. When we are moving from STEM to STEAM, art is very important. Art, culture, heritage. And why don't we have music as an integral part of education? Our chamber is doing a lot of research in education. Last 8 years, we are still going to open our Pandora. We have not opened up. We will open on 15th of August 2021 when we are gifting to India music for education. Music in mathematics, music in physics, music in chemistry, music in biology, music in management, music in engineering. Everywhere there is a music. If you really want to bring the complete critical thinking, logical thinking, analytical thinking, interpersonal thinking, leadership quality, working with others, it is music. Music. You got to integrate music in our education ecosystem. I think try it out. You will see it, because I'm teaching abroad in different countries, different continents, and I know what exactly is happening. Because the best part is I'm enjoying everybody's pace, you know, the piece of the cake. And I know what exactly is happening in Seoul, what is happening in Finland, what's happening in University of Calgary, what's happening in US, what's happening in European Union, what's happening in Japan. We got to take it the best for India, whatsoever we can. Now, second part, why don't we teach basic finance management to every child? The child is doing graduation. The child is doing everything, but they do not know how to open an account in bank. They do not know how to manage your own finances. Why don't we teach basic finance management, irrespective what subject they are learning, whether they are in arts or commerce or science? Basic finance management is very important. Then only children will understand the importance of every penny. We must teach them. Another thing, it was a mind-blowing, it was a great learning. ICSI is going to be the first organization. We are moving to Guinness Book of Records. On 31st of December, we'll be completing 500 webinars related to only 3 words: making education relevant. Making education relevant. And 10,000 stakeholders from the world are going to be the part of ICSI by the time we roll to 31st December, which we started on 25th of March. I'm just telling you, idea is everything. You got to take the idea. That is something very important which we have got. Saurabh ji, you can leave, no problem. Thank you very much, Saurabh ji. It was a pleasure to have you with us.
Yes,
Great to have you with us. Should you wish to say a few words about your organization? Because the next part I wanted to have, where 2 minutes, everybody should say what is their organization, what is their college or university. Okay, we can have that right now. Dr. Saurabh Mittal, you can just say 2 minutes, because world over, let people know.
Thank you very much, sir.
Your institution. Yeah.
So I represent GL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research. We are having a beautiful campus in Greater Noida, UP, India. So my institution is pretty young. We are like 11-12 years old institution. We are offering AICTE approved management program. So the focus of the program that we are actually offering, that is to make our students, the young graduates, become more and more employable, and they are fit into the requirements of the corporate world. So many of the students, after pursuing their PGDM program, they are going for the entrepreneurship ventures also. So this institution is offering the dual specialization programs to the students, starting with marketing, HR, finance, operations, IT, and international business. The students have been successfully placed over the years, and we have a consistent track record of imparting quality education. Faculty members are engaged in bringing new concepts to the world. We have been active in the research domain. Every year, more than 30 to 40 research papers are getting published. So the faculty member is actually involved in developing the new knowledge. Institution also organizes lots of seminars, conferences, management development programs, faculty development programs, in which we have invited people from across the world, I can say. In the last 5 months, we have organized so many business summits, and the international conference also we organized. Next in the pipeline, we are having a research conclave that will be organized in the month of February online mode. So I would like to thank International Chamber of Service Industry, as well as all the partnering organizations, for inviting us to be a part of the 6th Global Education and Skill Summit 2020. And I would like to thank all my fellow panelists also, who have contributed well, and they have supported the ideas that I shared in this panel. Thank you very much, Dr. Gulshan Sharma, for inviting us.
Dr. Saurabh, our deep thanks to Dr. Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe and Dr. Punya from the AICT, Dr. Soni, who is taking care of the North and West. We are deeply working with them very, very closely right in the AICT headquarters. They are doing a great job. Even the induction programs which are being taken by Dr. Rajnish Arora, they are remarkable. Before you leave, can you just tell us 5 major research projects which your organization has done? Let's take it 5 outstanding research projects, because people will get a lot of good ideas world over. If you can just name 5 research projects.
So one major program that we are associated with Government of India, that is Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. So identifying Unnat Bharat Abhiyan.
Okay, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Okay.
Yeah, that is one major project of Government of India, in which my institution has been given responsibility that we identify the needs and do the baseline survey of 5 different villages, meet with the various stakeholders, and identify how the contribution can be given by the government and how we can actually uplift the people of those particular 5 villages. So that is an ongoing project. So we have started doing a baseline survey, and maybe in a couple of months we will be submitting our report to the Government of India also. Other than that, we are one major institution which is imparting the research methodology training. Research methodology, we are training to the faculty members and researchers from Delhi NCR area and from the different parts of the country as well. So we keep on organizing various research workshops and FDP programs, in which we are talking about use of SPSS or writing the good quality research papers, how to get them published in a good quality journal. So that kind of research contribution we are giving to the academics world. Also, we are working upon mobile marketing, digital marketing domain. I have myself published multiple research papers in this domain, which are published in very good quality index journals. Also, we are known for the training programs in the domain of finance. So we have organized successfully many training programs for capital investment, financial investments, accounting. So those kinds of programs are regularly being organized by my institution. As well as we have been into the skill development and training programs we have organized for various corporates. So those are the major thrust areas for my institution. So we welcome organizations from around the world. They can approach us and we can jointly organize, we can customize the program, and we can conduct certain research projects for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Saurabh Mittal. It was great to know, because I thought that everybody world over, those are joining on the WhatsApp groups and all that different groups, they all should know about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
You can go for your next session.
Sure, sir.
And 3 of us together, we will take on the journey a little bit further. 2 minutes, kindly describe about your organization. Tell us, and if both of you should permit, let's give a lead to the lady. Just tell a little bit about your organization, what kind of a teaching and what kind of programs you have got in your organization, so that people across the world, they should know. Dr. Manisha Pathak.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Parul University in Western India is the best private university. In 150 acres of land, sir, we are having 22 faculties and 35 colleges. We house more than 25,000 students and more than 17,000 international students, sir. We are having more than 17,000 international students we house, sir. And we are having very happening placement cell at Parul University, because of which we stand as the best private university in Western India. And I wanted to mention that as per NEP, which is mentioning on developing employability skills on students, we have a lot of students with many degrees, but they are not having employment. So catering that at PU, at Parul University, we are having very good entrepreneurship cell. We are equipping the students with generating their own profession, generating their own earning. So at Parul University, we are having very happening research and development cell, in particular in the technology, which is disruptive technology. A lot of research is going on. Research and development, online courses. We are having a cell which develops online certification programs. So we motivate students and teachers for research and development. And almost all the domains of education we are having there, with medicine, with natural sciences, homeopathy, Ayurveda, and very dynamic and vibrant campus, beautiful campus we have. I invite everyone, please do come to our university. Wonderful. Also, I would like to thank ICSI to invite me, provide opportunity to share my thoughts here. Thank you so much, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful, Dr. Manisha, ma'am. It would be great advantage to Dr. Rupesh Vasani also, and to Professor Maran also. I would like to share with Dr. Manisha Pathak the take I'll take from where you have left. I personally feel, when we are taking the global indicators into consideration, let's not encourage children for employment in future. Rather, we should go for entrepreneurship. That is the future we have to work on. And what Professor Maran was talking initially, I think I'll take a take from there. Why don't we encourage more children to come into organic farming? Organic farming. If you have got more startups in organic farming, our chamber would be more than happy to get you global linkages and some global inputs from different countries, different continents, because the need of the hour, the future is, if you have got your agriculture intact, because अगर भोजन सही मिलेगा, खाना सही मिलेगा, तो बच्चे स्वस्थ रहेंगे, और अगर बच्चे स्वस्थ रहेंगे तो वो पॉजिटिव सोचेंगे, और पॉजिटिव सोचेंगे तो कोई भी टेररिज्म की तरफ को नहीं जाएगा. I think the agriculture is a very important. If we encourage entrepreneurship related to agriculture and organic farming, I would request, and if anybody is taking initiative, can you just, ma'am, tell 3 areas where you are focusing on entrepreneurship before I come back to you again? Professor Maran, kindly tell few words about your organization. And by that time, Dr. Manisha would be ready. What are the 3 main areas she mentioned about entrepreneurship lab? What are they specializing? What are the areas? And kindly tell Professor Maran about your organization, about your university or college or institution.
Yeah, I am really very proud to tell about my institution. Our institution, we are running more than 35 years in education institution.
Okay.
My group of institutions is Sai Ram Group of Institutions in South India, Tamil Nadu, which is located Chennai metropolitan city. We have more than 35 institutions across India. Our prime focused on engineering technology, Sai Ram Engineering College, flagship program, then Sai Ram Institute of Technology, the same campus in Chennai. Then we have one more engineering college at Bangalore, Sai Ram College of Engineering. Apart from that, we have Polytechnic, teacher education, and Ayush Medical College, Siddha Ayurveda Homeopathy College, then we have so many schools, national and international schools. At present, we have more than 35,000 students are pursuing programs in various campus. We have more than 3,000 teachers, both teaching and non-teaching members. What we are emphasizing in our education institutions, the quality of education is mantra of our founder chairman MJF Lion Leo Muthu. In this quality of education, Sai Ram Engineering College is one of the best premier engineering institutions across India. We are best in placement, best in technology, best in ethics, best in startup, entrepreneurship, innovations. Today, our students, our alumni, more than 15,000 alumni across the world and shining in different dimensions and working various multinational companies as well as domestic companies in various designations, including the vice president, the managing director, the board of directors, general managers level, technical levels, the lead managers. So different domains they are working.
Wonderful.
Now, for the past 5 years, we are focused on innovations. Innovations through Entrepreneurship Development Cell, Innovative Entrepreneurship Development Cell, many startup companies, many incubation centers. We have started incubation centers. So through this, we are motivating young engineering and management students to be an entrepreneur. This is the focus of our institutions. And we are successfully in innovations. Even our engineering students every year participating in the All India Hackathon competitions, the international exposure activities, so many entrepreneurship development activities. Even our own MBA programs, we used to conduct a training for the faculty, training for international faculty, training for the industries, collaborative research, internship, encouraging internship. Though the university syllabus, which is not on par with the industries, we are preparing very excellent certification courses. We do n number of activities for the betterment of the student communities.
Thank you.
What I learned from my founder chairman, I learned from the founder chairman, the humanity is very, very important. Irrespective of your education, irrespective of the economy, irrespective of the employee, we should be a human. We need to do something for others. We need to inculcate or igniting of young minds. Who am I? What you read? What is others need? So this is the basic concept of our education system. We are in best in technology educations. Even yesterday, All India Council of Technical Education (CII) Confederation of Indian Industries conducted one award functions survey. Our Sai Ram Engineering College Mechanical Engineering got first place all over the country. Then Computer Science and Information Technology branch has received the special appreciations by the jury. I think we keep on doing n number of activities here. Even our institutions has got a Margadarshans, which is not there, which is always what adapted institutions, more than 20 institutions, to guiding, motivating, to update and upgrade their quality in terms of NIRFA, in terms of NAC, in terms of NBA and other quality parameters. Margadarshans. Then we have Unnat Abhiyan Bharat schemes. We already adapted 5 villages. So in this Unnat Abhiyan programs, we are motivating all the, even what you said, emphasize about the agricultures, the rural entrepreneurship, widow or helpless peoples. We are supporting in different dimensions. Even one more important highlight about our institutions, during this pandemic period, our institutions take care of not only the 5 villages, around 40 to 50 villages, including the rice, grains, vegetables, oils, and so on. So even the migrant people, we help a lot, associate with the government mechanisms. So our chairman aim only rendering services to the community in different perspectives. Education also one of the parts, and other areas also there. This is our simple and humble services doing for the people. We always invite. I think I am really very thankful, sir. You have given a very wonderful opportunities, and also you are doing very excellent services for the community. I think at this age, I don't know whether you do or not. I think the age is not a problem. But our mind, the mindset in this critical age, even I don't know whether you had lunch or not, but your mind says, what, do something for others, which is really very grateful. I think I am really very particularly pray the God. I think the God give all values and healthy conditions for you. Because of your wellness and well-being, the others also get very well, sir. So with this, my grateful thank all my panelists and my dear friends and the great organizations initiating very excellent approach, excellent services for the student communities, industry communities. With this, my grateful thank. Thank you very much, sir. I have one more synopsis meeting. Please, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Professor Maran. Dr. Rupesh Vasani ji.
Yeah.
Professor, you can leave if you have to go for next meeting. Professor Maran.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Rupesh ji.
Right. SAL Education is a SL SAL Education campus located in Ahmedabad. Yeah, it's in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Again, the western of India.
I've got both countries from Gujarat now. Okay.
Yeah. Both are from Gujarat.
Vadodara and Ahmedabad. Okay.
Ahmedabad, yeah. And the trust is in education since 2009. And trust also runs a multi-super speciality hospital of 300 bed. It's the first multi-super speciality hospital in Gujarat of 300 bed. And also the chairman himself is a mechanical engineer and a big alloys factory. So he's a Shah Alloys Limited. So abbreviating SAL, Shah Alloys Limited.
What is the name?
That's the SAL education. We have total 4
of the hospital. What is the name?
Hospital. SAL Hospital.
Okay, sure. Okay.
It's a SAL hospital, yeah. And in the this Western India, we are the highest success bypass done by SAL hospital. I think 96% success rate in the bypass.
God bless. God bless.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have total 7,500 students, and we run with the 4 programs: engineering, degree and diploma. We have a pharmacy, we have a architecture, and we have a management. So total 400 staff member and almost 7,500 students. We started in 2009, so it's only 12-year-old institutions. Okay. And as far as the USP of SAL is concerned, we have filed the highest patents since last 3 years, and with this year of the IPR report, we stood second all over the India for filing the maximum number of patents in India. So we stood second, and this is the second consecutive times that we stood second all over the India for filing the maximum number of patents. So it was in 2016-17 and 18-19.
Great. Great. Thank you very much. Finally, ma'am, Dr. Manisha ma'am, before we conclude in a minute, entrepreneurship, any specific areas you are focusing on?
Sir, we are focusing in engineering, IT field, and agriculture. Okay. Diverse field that our students are motivated to develop their entrepreneur opportunities.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, with these words, my deepest thanks and gratitude to both of you. Thanks for joining us today. It was wonderful to have. We gave plenty of time to everybody so that nobody is left over. Just repeat, Manisha ma'am, finally, if I see this, if I do this, what were the 3 words?
Okay. I see, I forget, I hear, I remember, I do, I understand. Conficus.
Okay. I do.
That's the beauty of doing, learning by doing.
Okay. I do, I remember.
Yeah.
If
I do, I understand, sir.
I do.
I see, I forget. I hear, I remember.
I hear, I remember. Okay.
And I do, I understand.
I do, I understand. Okay.
And therefore, we need to inculcate experiential learning experiences for students, I feel.
Okay.
That we do very much at PU.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Rupesh, also something, a journey from blackboard to broadband. Wow, that's great. Lovely. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a how we become the member of, is there any membership? Sir, no.
You can't say, because it's only for NRIs. It's only for NRIs. Because we don't charge any money. We don't make anybody member in India. we deal only for two areas, service industry and for the NRIs, non-resident. There are a lot of Gujarati Bhais, Patels, those are with us also. Those are abroad. They are doing so extremely well. They are our friends. They are a part of our journey and they are doing extremely well. But any day, any point of time, should you wish to have any special program for 1 hour for your teacher, for your faculty, for your student, our chamber would be more than happy to do exclusive program for your organization.
Surely, sir. We would like. Yeah.
With the new thought processes, what is happening abroad, best practices in education, anything we can come, that part we can take it up, and it will be